They were not sent to win Bastogne. They were sent to slow down something that was already moving too fast. In December of 1944, the German offensive tore through the Ardennes with a violence that felt almost unreal. Snow muffled the sound of engines until they were already too close. Entire units were cut off before they understood what was happening. Maps stopped making sense. What had been a stable front became a fluid, shifting crisis measured not in miles, but in hours. Somewhere in the path of that surge stood Bastogne, a small Belgian town whose value lay not in its size, but in the web of roads that radiated outward from it like veins. The 10th Armored Division did not arrive as a unified, rested force ready for a decisive stand. It arrived in pieces. Combat Command B and elements of Combat Command A were rushed forward, and often without full knowledge of what they were driving into. Orders were blunt and urgent: move to Bastogne, establish blocking positions, delay the enemy. The expectation was not permanence. It was time. Time for reinforcements. Time for organization. Time for the front to catch its breath. The 10th Armored was built for movement. Tanks, mechanized infantry, self-propelled artillery designed to exploit breakthroughs and outmaneuver opponents. But at Bastogne, maneuver gave way to defense. Small armored task forces were pushed out beyond the town into surrounding villages. Noville, Longvilly, Ardennes. Not to hold indefinitely, but to act as speed bumps against advancing German columns. They fought in isolation. Task Force des Sobres at Noville faced armored assaults that outnumbered and outgunned them. Task Force Cherry at Longvilly was hit by concentrated attacks that tore through their positions with devastating force. Roads became funnels for enemy armor. Snow-covered fields offered little cover. Communication was fragile, and support often came too late. But they did not break immediately. The 10th Armored Division fought delaying actions that forced German units to deploy, reorganize, and expend fuel and ammunition earlier than planned. Every stand, even when it ended in withdrawal, imposed friction on the offensive. Every destroyed tank, every hour contested, chipped away at momentum that the German plan could not afford to lose. The fighting was close and brutal. American tank crews engaged enemy armor at short range in narrow streets and open fields where escape was rarely possible. Infantry clung to foxholes and frozen ground, holding against assaults that seemed endless. Artillery fired until positions were overrun. Withdrawals were conducted under fire, often with vehicles damaged and casualties mounting. The 10th Armored did not retreat in panic. It fell back in sequence, drawing the enemy inward toward Bastogne itself. By the time the German forces began to encircle the town, the 10th had already done something critical. It had slowed the timetable. It had bought the hours necessary for the 101st Airborne Division and other units to consolidate inside the perimeter. When Bastogne became surrounded, the 10th Armored was still there. Its tanks and armored infantry integrated into the defensive ring, fighting alongside airborne troops and artillery units in a battle that would become synonymous with stubborn resistance. And thus, but the story of Bastogne often compresses into a single word: nuts. What gets overlooked is the sequence before that moment, the armored blocking actions, the deliberate sacrifices, the controlled withdrawals that made the defense possible in the first place. The 10th Armored Division was not meant to be the centerpiece of the stand at Bastogne. It was meant to buy time, and it did. Its role reveals something essential about modern war, that breakthroughs are rarely stopped by a single dramatic act. They are slowed first by friction, by units thrown forward with incomplete information, by officers making decisions under pressure with limited support, by crews who understand that holding for a few hours can shape days. The Battle of the Bulge is remembered for encirclement and relief. But the 10th Armored Division's actions in the first chaotic days were part of the reason Bastogne became a symbol rather than a lost opportunity. They were the shield before the fortress formed. They were the delay that made defense possible. This is the story of the 10th Armored Division at Bastogne, not just in the perimeter, but on the roads and in the villages, where the offensive first met resistance it did not expect. Before you move further into this story, pause for a moment. Notice where you're sitting or standing right now. Is the air warm or cool? Is it quiet around you, or is there movement just outside your focus? And what time has found you here? Early, late, or somewhere in between? The men of the 10th Armored fought in hours that felt stretched thin by urgency. Let this one unfold without rushing it. December 8th, 1944. Darkness pressed against the windshields of 3,000 vehicles crawling north through France. Inside the lead jeep, a replacement soldier named Private James Hendricks stared at the map spread across his lap, trying to find the name of the town they were heading toward. He couldn't find it. Nobody had told him where they were going. Nobody had told anyone. The convoy stretched for miles behind him. Headlights blacked out. Men hunched against the cold, asking questions that had no answers. The officers riding in command vehicles weren't staying silent because they enjoyed mystery. They were silent because they genuinely didn't know. The 10th Armored Division was rolling towards something. Oh, but what that something was remained locked in fragmentary radio transmissions and hastily scribbled orders that changed every few hours. For a unit that had trained for nearly 2 years to fight a war, this was not how anyone imagined their introduction to combat would begin. The confusion wasn't a failure of planning. It was a symptom of something far worse unfolding ahead of them. Something that would transform this untested division into a unit that history would never forget. The 10th Armored Division had been activated in August of 1942 at Camp Gordon, Georgia. For 22 months, these men trained on American soil while other divisions shipped overseas, fought, bled, and earned reputations. The 10th trained and waited. They practiced river crossings that would never happen. They rehearsed amphibious assault landings that were eventually canceled. Officers studied field manuals in tents while their counterparts in Europe were learning from experience and casualties. By the time the division finally reached Europe in November of 1944, the war had moved beyond the phase where slow, methodical preparation mattered. The European theater was a grinding machine that consumed divisions, chewed through equipment, and demanded immediate results. The 10th Armored arrived with 14,620 men organized into 3 combat commands, designated A, B, and Reserve. Their commander was Major General William H. Morris III, a 1917 West Point graduate whose peacetime career had been exemplary, but whose combat experience was limited to staff positions. M. Morris was intelligent, careful, and acutely aware that his division was about to enter combat without the benefit of gradual introduction. There would be no quiet sector to learn the rhythms of war. There would be no time to make mistakes and recover from them in relative safety. The 10th Armored was green, and everyone from Morris down to the newest replacement soldier knew it. 3 days before that December convoy began rolling north, the division had received 847 replacement soldiers fresh from depot centers in England and France. These weren't men who had trained with the division. They were strangers assigned to fill holes in rosters, given equipment, pointed toward their units, and told to integrate as quickly as possible. In some companies, nearly a quarter of the men had been with their unit for less than 72 hours. They didn't know their officers. They didn't know their squad leaders. They barely knew how to operate the equipment they had been issued. Unit cohesion, that intangible quality that keeps soldiers functioning under stress, didn't exist for these men. It would have to be forged under fire, or not at all. The training the division had received back in Georgia emphasized mechanized warfare, breakthrough operations, and exploitation of enemy weaknesses. They had practiced offensive maneuvers, combined arms coordination, and rapid movement. What they hadn't trained for, because nobody expected they would need it, was siege warfare. Nobody had prepared them to defend a position surrounded on all sides, cut off from supply, all facing an enemy that outnumbered them by factors measured in the double digits. That training gap was about to become a crisis. On December the 16th at 6:30 in the morning, the first reports reached 10th Armored Division headquarters. German artillery was firing in the Ardennes. The initial assessment from higher command was cautious, almost dismissive. This was probably a local counterattack, a spoiling action meant to disrupt American offensive plans farther north. Intelligence officers noted the activity, but didn't classify it as an emergency. Men at divisional headquarters continued their routines. Some were playing cards, others were writing letters home. One staff officer was reviewing supply requisitions for winter uniforms, trying to determine how many additional coats the division would need if the weather continued deteriorating. The war felt distant that morning, something happening to other people in other places. Then the reports started changing. The artillery wasn't stopping. German infantry was advancing. American positions were under pressure. By noon, the casual atmosphere at headquarters had evaporated. Officers gathered around maps, trying to piece together what was happening from fragmentary radio transmissions and second-hand accounts. Nobody yet understood the scale of what was unfolding, but the word spreading through the headquarters tents was unsettling. Something was wrong. Something big was happening. By December 18th, the orders arrived. The 10th Armored Division was to move north immediately with maximum urgency. A Combat Command Reserve would report to 8th Corps in Luxembourg. Combat Command B would proceed to a town called Bastogne and hold it against German advance. Combat Command A would deploy to support 8th Corps positions east of Bastogne. The division was being split apart before it had fired a shot in combat. General Morris read the orders in his command tent, surrounded by staff officers who were equally confused by what was being asked of them. Splitting a division was not unusual, but doing it during an emergency deployment into an active combat zone violated every principle of sound military practice. Divisions were designed to fight as integrated units. Their strength came from coordination, from the ability of different elements to support each other, from unified command that could respond to changing situations. Now, taking a division that had never fought together and splitting it into 3 separate commands, reporting to different corps headquarters, was asking for disaster. Morris knew it. His staff knew it. But the orders were explicit, and there was no time to argue. The Germans were advancing, American positions were collapsing, and the 10th Armored Division was the nearest available reserve. Ready or not, trained or not, cohesive or not, they were going into battle. Lieutenant Colonel Henry T. Cherry commanded Combat Command B. He was an experienced officer, but experience in peacetime garrison duty and training exercises was a different creature from experience in combat command. On December 18th, Cherry received his orders in person from General Morris. The instructions were simple in language, but terrifying in implication. Now proceed to Bastogne with maximum speed, stop the German advance, hold the town. That was it. No enemy disposition, no intelligence on what forces were moving toward Bastogne, no information about friendly units in the area, or what coordination would be possible. Cherry had roughly 2,100 men under his command, 115 tanks and tank destroyers, and 2,500 vehicles. He was being sent to hold a town he had never heard of against an enemy whose size and composition remained unknown. Before leaving, Cherry gathered his officers and gave them the only guidance he could offer under the circumstances. They didn't know what they were heading into, but they were heading into it fast, and when they arrived, they would dig in and fight whatever came. The officers dispersed to their units. Men climbed into vehicles. An engine started. The convoy began moving north into darkness, following roads that were increasingly clogged with refugees, retreating American units, and military police trying to direct traffic through an improvised road network that was collapsing under the weight of the crisis. Private Hendricks, riding in that lead jeep, wrote a letter home on December 16th that was found in his personal effects after the war. The letter was never mailed because the division moved out before mail service resumed. In the letter, Hendricks described the atmosphere at Camp Gordon during training. He wrote about how confident everyone had been, how ready they had felt, how certain they were that when their moment came, they would perform well. He wrote about the lectures on German tactics, about the assurance their instructors had given them that American equipment and American training were superior to anything the Wehrmacht could field. He wrote about believing all of it. Then, in the final paragraph, Hendricks wrote something that captured the uncertainty rippling through the division as it prepared to deploy. He wrote, "It doesn't feel real yet. We've been training for so long that actual war feels like another exercise. But the officers are different now. They're not talking the way they did in Georgia. Something's changed. I think we're about to find out if everything we learned was enough. I think we're about to find out if we're ready. Honestly, I don't know if we are." The 10th Armored Division wasn't ready. No unit is ever truly ready for combat until combat has already taught them the lessons that preparation cannot provide. But, ready or not, the division was moving into the largest German offensive on the Western Front since 1940, an operation involving 250,000 German troops, 1,400 tanks, and a strategic objective that, if achieved, would split the Allied armies and potentially prolong the war by months. The 10th Armored didn't know that yet. They didn't know they were about to collide with the full weight of the Wehrmacht's final gamble. They didn't know they would be surrounded, besieged, and tested in ways that would break many units and forge others into legend. They didn't know that a town called Bastogne would become synonymous with American resistance, and that their actions there would be studied for generations. All they knew on December 8th, as those vehicles rolled through the darkness, was that somewhere ahead of them, something terrible was happening, and they were being sent to stop it. The only questions that mattered now were simple and brutal. Could they hold? Could they fight? Could they survive? The answers would come soon enough, written in snow and blood, and the wreckage of tanks burning in the winter darkness of the Ardennes. The division's training record told a story of persistent inadequacy masked by optimistic assessments. Reports from Camp Gordon noted equipment shortages, particularly in specialized vehicles and communication gear, and tank crews trained with simulators when actual tanks weren't available for exercises. Artillery batteries practiced fire missions with reduced ammunition allocations because shells were being prioritized for units already in combat. Infantry companies conducted maneuvers without the full complement of vehicles they would have in actual operations. None of this was unusual for a training division in wartime. Resources were scarce, priorities were constantly shifting, and the assumption was that units would receive their full equipment allocation when they deployed to combat theaters. But the assumption didn't account for the chaos of December 1944, when the entire Allied logistics network in Europe was straining to respond to the German offensive. The 10th Armored arrived in France and immediately began receiving equipment, but much of it was worn, repaired, or diverted from other units. Some tanks had mechanical issues that maintenance crews worked around the clock to resolve. Some vehicles were missing parts that took weeks to source. The division functioned, but it functioned on improvisation and determination, rather than the smooth efficiency that training was supposed to create. The human cost of unpreparedness wouldn't be measured until later, but the warning signs were visible to anyone paying attention. Medical officers noted that many replacement soldiers showed signs of stress even before combat, a combination of insufficient acclimatization to European conditions and the psychological weight of being thrown into a unit with no time to build relationships. Chaplains conducted more counseling sessions in the 3 days before deployment than they had in 3 months at Camp Gordon. Officers privately expressed concern that their men weren't mentally prepared for the shock of combat, but there was nothing to be done about it. The war was happening now. The Germans were advancing now. The 10th Armored would fight now, ready or not. General Morris understood this reality better than most. He'd studied military history. He knew that units often entered their first battle understrength, undertrained, and overwhelmed by the sudden transition from training to combat. He knew that good units adapted, learned, and survived. He knew that poor units broke apart under pressure and ceased to exist as effective fighting formations. What he didn't know, what nobody could know until it happened, and it was which category the 10th Armored Division would fall into. That answer would be written in the frozen fields around Bastogne, where an untested division would face an enemy that had been fighting for 5 years and had nothing left to lose. The stage was set. The players were moving into position, and the greatest test in the 10th Armored Division's history was about to begin. August 1944. The Wolf's Lair, buried in the forests of East Prussia, was where Adolf Hitler spent his days staring at maps that showed nothing but retreat. The Soviet armies were destroying Army Group Center. The Western Allies had broken out of Normandy and were racing across France. Germany was losing, and everyone in the command bunker knew it except the man making the decisions. Hitler stood over a map table, his hands trembling slightly. Eased a symptom of declining health that staff officers pretended not to notice. He was insisting on something that his generals thought was madness, a counteroffensive, a massive attack in the West, an operation that would split the British and American armies, seize the port of Antwerp, and force the Western Allies to negotiate a separate peace. The generals assembled around the table listened in silence. Some exchanged glances. Nobody openly contradicted the Führer, because contradicting Hitler in August of 1944 was a dangerous act that could end careers or lives. But after the briefing ended and Hitler left the room, the generals gathered in smaller groups and spoke the truth they couldn't say aloud. This plan was fantasy. It couldn't work. Germany didn't have the resources, the fuel, or the time. Yet Hitler insisted, and so the planning began. The operation was codenamed Herbstnebel, Autumn Fog. The name was chosen for its obscurity, for the way it revealed nothing about the actual objective. Operational security was paramount because if the Allies learned about the offensive before it launched, they would reinforce the Ardennes sector, and the attack would fail before the first shot was fired. German planning staff worked through September and October, assembling a force that would represent the last of the mobile reserve Germany possessed in the West. 29 divisions, 250,000 men, 1,400 tanks and assault guns, 1,500 aircraft pulled from every remaining airfield that could spare them. The plan called for 3 armies to attack simultaneously across an 85-mile front in the Ardennes, at the same region where Germany had launched its blitzkrieg into France in 1940. The northern shoulder would be held by 6th Panzer Army under Sepp Dietrich, an SS officer whose loyalty to Hitler was absolute, even if his tactical competence was questionable. The southern shoulder would be commanded by Hasse von Manteuffel's 5th Panzer Army, considered the most operationally capable of Germany's remaining armored formations. In the south, 7th Army would provide infantry support and protect the flank. The objective was Antwerp, 120 miles from the jump-off point. The timeline was 11 days. The German plan relied on speed above everything else. Speed would compensate for Allied numerical superiority. Speed would prevent the Allies from repositioning reserves. Its speed would exploit the thin American line in the Ardennes before reinforcements could arrive. The operational orders specified that German armor had to cross the Meuse River by day 5. Failure to meet that timeline would doom the offensive because Allied reinforcements would arrive, and the Germans would lose their advantage. German logistics officers calculated fuel consumption rates based on the assumption that panzer divisions would capture American fuel depots within the first 48 hours. If they didn't capture those depots, if the Americans destroyed them or evacuated them before German forces arrived, the offensive would run out of fuel somewhere east of the Meuse and stall. German planners knew this. They included it in their assessments. They flagged it as a critical vulnerability. Hitler dismissed the concern, and he insisted that German willpower and tactical superiority would overcome logistical limitations. The generals who knew better said nothing, because saying something wouldn't change the orders, and the offensive was going to happen regardless of their objections. December 16, 1944, 5:50 in the morning. 2,000 German artillery pieces opened fire simultaneously across the Ardennes front. The barrage was overwhelming, systematic, designed to destroy American command posts, sever communication lines, and kill as many soldiers as possible before the infantry attack began. American soldiers in forward positions, many of them sleeping or eating breakfast, had no warning. The shells arrived without preamble, turning the quiet winter morning into a nightmare of explosions and screaming metal. Entire platoons were obliterated in the first minutes. Command posts disintegrated. Radio antennas were blown apart. Telephone lines were severed. Within 15 minutes of the barrage beginning, American units along the front had lost the ability to communicate with higher headquarters. They were isolated, confused, and under attack by an enemy they hadn't known was preparing an offensive. At 6:15, the German infantry advanced out of the fog that had settled across the Ardennes overnight. Volksgrenadier divisions moved forward in tight formations, using the forest terrain to mask their approach. Behind them, panzer divisions waited for the breakthrough, engines idling, crews confident that this was their moment to reverse the course of the war. The German soldiers advancing through the Ardennes that morning believed they could win. Many of them were veterans of the Eastern Front, men who had survived years of combat against the Soviet army and knew what real warfare looked like. They had been told that this offensive would change everything, that capturing Antwerp would force the British and Americans to negotiate, that Germany would survive the war and perhaps even emerge with some form of negotiated settlement. They'd been told that the Americans in the Ardennes were inexperienced, that the sector was lightly defended, that breakthrough would be achieved in hours rather than days. Much of that information was accurate. The Ardennes sector was lightly defended. American units there were spread thin, with some divisions responsible for frontages that would normally require 3 divisions to hold properly. The 8th Corps, which held the sector directly in the path of Manteuffel's 5th Panzer Army, had roughly 40,000 troops covering an 85-mile front. That worked out to less than 500 men per mile, a density so low that it violated every principle of defensive warfare. If the Germans could achieve breakthrough in this sector, they would have open roads to the Meuse River and beyond. But the German soldiers didn't know everything. They didn't know that American artillery, though outnumbered, was better coordinated and more responsive than German planning had anticipated. They didn't know that American logistics could move supplies faster than German intelligence believed possible. They didn't know that the American army had learned from 3 years of combat and had developed an institutional flexibility that the German army, for all its tactical proficiency, had lost somewhere between Stalingrad and Normandy. Most importantly, they didn't know that the Americans would fight for terrain the Germans assumed would be abandoned. Towns like Bastogne, which German planners had identified as key road junctions that had to be captured, were supposed to fall quickly. The plan assumed that American units would retreat rather than accept encirclement. The plan assumed that isolated pockets of resistance would surrender rather than endure siege conditions. The plan assumed rational behavior from an enemy that was about to prove far more stubborn than rationality would suggest. Those assumptions would prove fatal to German hopes, but on December 16th, as the assault began, they still seemed reasonable. The intelligence available to German commanders was both accurate and catastrophically incomplete. German reconnaissance had correctly identified American unit positions, correctly assessed that the Ardennes was thinly held, and correctly predicted that achieving surprise was possible. What German intelligence failed to grasp was the speed of American reaction. German planners assumed that even if the Allies detected the offensive on day 1, it would take 3 to 4 days for American reserves to arrive in meaningful numbers. That assumption was based on German experience with their own logistics, which had deteriorated significantly by late 1944. 80 German units moved slowly because they lacked fuel, because Allied aircraft destroyed vehicles on roads, because the transportation network in Germany was being systematically destroyed by strategic bombing. German planners projected their own limitations onto their enemy and assumed the Americans would face similar constraints. They were wrong. American logistics in Europe were functioning at a level German planners couldn't imagine. Reserve divisions could move hundreds of miles in days. Supply convoys could deliver ammunition and fuel to forward units within hours of requests being filed. The American army wasn't faster or more skilled than the Wehrmacht in tactical terms, but it was vastly more capable in operational terms, and that capability would matter more than any individual battle. By the end of December 16th, German forces had advanced several miles in some sectors and were held in place in others. The breakthrough wasn't clean. American resistance was fiercer than expected in several locations. Communication between German units was spotty because of terrain and weather, but the offensive was progressing. 6th Panzer Army in the north was encountering serious resistance and making limited progress. 5th Panzer Army in the center, under Manteuffel's competent command, was achieving the best results. 7th Army in the south was performing its mission of protecting the flank. German commanders at Army and Corps level sent situation reports to higher headquarters describing the day's fighting as successful with some setbacks. The setbacks were noted but not considered critical. The weather was poor, which grounded Allied aircraft and gave the Germans freedom of movement they hadn't enjoyed in months. Fog and low clouds made aerial reconnaissance impossible, which meant the Allies couldn't get accurate information about German positions or movements. Everything was proceeding according to plan, or close enough to plan that optimism still seemed justified. The only question was whether German momentum could be sustained long enough to reach the Meuse. The fuel situation was already becoming a problem, though few commanders wanted to acknowledge it. German panzer divisions consumed enormous amounts of fuel under combat conditions. The plan called for capturing American fuel depots within 48 hours, but by the end of day 1, none of the major depots had been seized. And American forces had either destroyed them or evacuated the fuel before German units arrived. Some German tank companies were already operating on reduced fuel allocations, saving what they had for critical maneuvers rather than using it freely for reconnaissance or patrolling. Logistics officers sent urgent requests for fuel deliveries, but the German supply network was struggling to keep pace with the advance. Roads in the Ardennes were narrow, winding, and easily blocked. A single destroyed vehicle could halt an entire supply column for hours while engineers cleared the obstruction. Allied aircraft, even when grounded by weather, had destroyed enough bridges and rail lines in previous months that the German transportation network was fragmented and slow. Every mile the offensive advanced made the supply situation worse. Because the distance between frontline units and supply depots increased while the carrying capacity of available trucks remained static. German commanders knew this was happening. They sent situation reports noting fuel shortages and requesting priority for resupply. But there was no solution. Germany didn't have more fuel to send. The strategic reserve was being consumed in real time, and there was no way to replenish it. On December 18th, German intelligence officers at 5th Panzer Army headquarters received reports that American armored units were moving toward Bastogne. The reports were fragmentary, based on radio intercepts and visual sightings from reconnaissance elements. The intelligence officers noted the reports and passed them to operational staff, but nobody considered them urgent. American units were moving all over the Ardennes in response to the offensive. Some were retreating, some were repositioning, some were trying to establish defensive lines. The report of American armor moving toward Bastogne was filed as one data point among hundreds. Nobody realized that the units moving toward Bastogne were from the 10th Armored Division, an untested unit that had never fought in combat. Nobody realized that this unit would reach Bastogne before German forces could seize the town. Nobody realized that the race for Bastogne, which German planners had assumed would be won easily, was about to become a contest that would determine the fate of the entire offensive. The Germans still believed they could win. They still believed Antwerp was achievable. Yet they still believed that American resistance would crumble under sustained pressure. Everything depended on maintaining speed, on reaching objectives before the Allies could respond, on fuel consumption staying within projected parameters. The plan was still viable, but the margin for error was already smaller than anyone wanted to admit. And the 10th Armored Division, rolling through the darkness toward a town they'd never heard of, was about to eliminate that margin entirely. December 18th, 1944, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. General William Morris stood in his command tent, listening to a phone call that would fragment his division into pieces before it ever fought as a unified force. The voice on the other end belonged to a staff officer at 8th Corps headquarters, and the orders being delivered were both urgent and vague in a way that made Morris increasingly uncomfortable as the conversation continued. Combat Command Reserve was to proceed immediately to Luxembourg and report to 8th Corps Control. Combat Command B was to detach and move with maximum speed to a town called Bastogne, where it would operate under 8th Corps tactical direction. Combat Command A would deploy to support 8th Corps positions east of Bastogne, exact location to be determined by Corps staff based on developing situation. Morris asked for clarification on enemy dispositions. There were none available. He asked for map coordinates showing where his units should establish defensive positions. The Corps staff didn't have them yet. He asked about coordination between his split commands. It's about who would have operational control, about whether his division headquarters would be able to communicate with all three elements simultaneously. The answers were variations of "to be determined" and "will coordinate as the situation develops." Morris hung up the phone and looked at the maps spread across his planning table, trying to understand what he was being asked to do. Splitting a division was not unprecedented in modern warfare. Divisions were organizational structures designed to provide administrative efficiency and logistical support, but in combat, they were often task-organized into smaller units that could respond to specific tactical situations. Combat commands were designed precisely for this purpose, to operate semi-independently when circumstances required it. But there was a difference between splitting a veteran division that had fought together and developed coordination through experience and splitting a brand new division that had never operated under combat conditions. The 10th Armored Division had been in Europe for less than 6 weeks. Its staff officers were still learning the procedures for coordinating with Corps headquarters. Its communication networks were still being refined and tested. Its logistics officers were still establishing supply relationships with depot commanders who controlled fuel, ammunition, and spare parts. The division had barely begun functioning as an integrated organization, and now it was being told to fragment into 3 separate elements that would operate under different command authorities with minimal ability to support each other. All Morris knew this was a mistake. He also knew he had no choice but to follow orders. Lieutenant Colonel Henry Cherry received his orders directly from General Morris in a face-to-face briefing that lasted less than 15 minutes. Cherry commanded Combat Command B, the largest of the division's 3 combat commands, with approximately 2,100 men, 115 tanks and tank destroyers, and enough support vehicles to require 2,500 total vehicles in the column. The orders were simple to state and terrifying to contemplate. Proceed to Bastogne, hold the town, stop German advance. Cherry asked the questions any competent commander would ask. What forces were already in Bastogne? Morris didn't know. What German units were approaching the town? Intelligence reports were conflicting and incomplete. Nay, what would be CCB's operational boundaries, and who would they coordinate with? That information would be provided when Cherry reached Bastogne and made contact with whatever American command authority was already there. Cherry looked at his commander and saw the frustration on Morris's face. Neither man was happy about this situation, but unhappiness was irrelevant. The German offensive was expanding faster than intelligence could track it. American units throughout the Ardennes were being overrun or pushed back. Bastogne was a critical road junction, and if the Germans seized it, they would have unobstructed routes to the Meuse River. Somebody had to get to Bastogne before the Germans did, and CCB was the nearest available unit with enough combat power to possibly hold the town. Ready or not, trained or not, informed or not, and Cherry was going. The map room at division headquarters became a scene of controlled chaos as staff officers plotted 3 different deployment routes simultaneously. Combat Command A would move northeast toward positions still being identified by 8th Corps. Combat Command Reserve would move north toward Luxembourg. Combat Command B would move north and slightly west toward Bastogne. The 3 routes would diverge immediately, with distances between commands increasing every hour as they moved. Morris tried to calculate how long it would take to reassemble the division if circumstances required it. The answer was days, maybe longer, depending on road conditions and enemy activity. His division was being scattered across a combat zone, and the mechanisms that would normally allow him to maintain command and control were being stretched beyond their design limits. Radio communication between commands would be possible in theory, but terrain and distance would make it unreliable. Couriers could carry messages, but in an active combat zone with German units moving unpredictably, couriers might not reach their destinations. Morris would effectively be commanding 3 separate units, fighting 3 separate battles, with only fragmentary information about what was happening to each of them. This violated every principle he'd learned at West Point, and every lesson he'd absorbed from studying military history. But the orders were explicit, and the Germans weren't waiting for American commanders to sort out their coordination problems. At 2:30 in the afternoon, on December 18th, Combat Command B began moving. The convoy formed up in stages, with lead elements departing while rear units were still preparing to move. Tank companies rolled out first, followed by infantry and half-tracks, followed by artillery batteries, followed by the long tail of supply trucks and support vehicles that any military unit required to function. The column stretched for miles once it was fully formed. Vehicles moved slowly at first, constrained by narrow roads and the need to maintain visual contact in blackout conditions. Soldiers who'd spent the morning wondering what was happening now had partial answers. They were going to a town called Bastogne. They were going to fight Germans. That was the extent of what most of them knew. Officers had been told to prepare for sustained defensive operations, which implied they would be holding a position rather than conducting mobile warfare. Beyond that, information was sparse. Nobody knew what the situation in Bastogne was. Nobody knew how many American troops were already there. Nobody knew how close the Germans were, or in what strength they were advancing. The convoy was driving into uncertainty, and the only certainty was that whatever they found at the end of this road, it would require them to fight. The signal officer assigned to Combat Command B spent December 18th afternoon trying to establish a functional radio network that would allow CCB to communicate with division headquarters, with other combat commands, and internally between CCB's own elements. The radio frequencies had been assigned by division signal staff according to standard procedures. Each command would operate on its own frequency for internal communications, with a divisional command frequency that all 3 commands would monitor for coordination. In theory, this system would work. In practice, the signal officer was discovering problems immediately. Radios that had worked perfectly at Camp Gordon in Georgia were experiencing interference in the Ardennes terrain. Mountains and forests blocked line-of-sight transmission. Atmospheric conditions affected signal propagation. German jamming efforts, which intelligence had warned about but which nobody had experienced firsthand, were creating additional static on certain frequencies. The signal officer tested communications with division headquarters as the convoy began moving. The connection was functional, but degraded. He estimated that once CCB reached Bastogne, reliable communication with General Morris would require relay stations or scheduled transmission windows when atmospheric conditions were optimal. In combat, where instantaneous communication could mean the difference between coordinated response and chaos, scheduled transmission windows were inadequate, but there was no solution available. The equipment they had was the equipment they would use, and if it wasn't sufficient, they would adapt or fail. Cherry rode near the front of the convoy, positioned where he could make decisions quickly if the column encountered enemy forces or obstacles. His staff officers were distributed throughout the convoy, maintaining communication with their respective units by radio and courier. Cherry had commanded armored units in training exercises for 2 years, but this was different. Training exercises had umpires who stopped the action when something went wrong. Training exercises had predetermined endpoints, after which everyone would return to garrison and critique what had happened. This convoy had no umpires and no predetermined endpoint. It would continue until CCB reached Bastogne, and then CCB would fight until the situation resolved, or until they were overrun. Cherry understood that his decisions over the next few days would determine whether his men lived or died. The weight of that understanding showed in his face. Officers who spoke with him during brief halts noted that Cherry was focused, methodical, in asking detailed questions about fuel status, ammunition loads, vehicle maintenance. He wasn't making inspirational speeches. He He wasn't projecting confidence he didn't feel. He was doing the work of command, ensuring that his unit would arrive at Bastogne in the best condition possible given the circumstances. Everything else was outside his control. The roads north were increasingly clogged with traffic moving in both directions. American supply convoys heading toward forward units passed retreating units heading away from the front. Refugee columns of Belgian civilians trudged along roadsides, carrying whatever possessions they could manage, fleeing southward away from the German advance. Military police stood at intersections trying to direct traffic, but the volume overwhelmed their capacity to maintain order. Convoys collided at crossroads. Vehicles blocked roads while drivers argued about who had priority. Cherry's convoy was supposed to move with maximum speed, but maximum speed under these conditions was measured in miles per hour rather than the dozens of miles per hour that armored columns could achieve under ideal circumstances. The situation was getting worse as darkness fell. Blackout driving with minimal lights made it nearly impossible to maintain proper spacing between vehicles. Drivers who missed turns had to back up, blocking the entire column behind them until they could get moving again. Fuel consumption was higher than planned because vehicles spent so much time idling in traffic. By midnight, the convoy had covered less than half the distance to Bastogne. Eke and Cherry was receiving reports that some vehicles were running low on fuel with no immediate source of resupply available. The division's fragmentation wasn't just a tactical problem. It was a psychological one. Soldiers in Combat Command B could see that they were moving independently, separated from the rest of their division. Some understood the strategic necessity. Others felt abandoned, as if they had been sent off to fend for themselves while the rest of the division went somewhere else. Morale wasn't collapsing, but uncertainty was building. Men asked their sergeants what was happening. Sergeants asked their officers. Officers provided what information they had, which wasn't much. The overall message filtering down through the ranks was simple and unsettling. The situation is confused. Enemy forces are closer than we expected. They were going to Bastogne to stop them, and we're on our own once we get there. Some soldiers wrote letters during brief halts, trying to explain to families back home what they were experiencing. Most of those letters were never sent because mail service was disrupted by the offensive. The letters found in soldiers' personal effects after the battle revealed a common theme. The writers were frightened but determined. They didn't understand what was happening, but they trusted their officers and believed they would do what needed to be done. That trust would be tested severely in the days ahead. General Morris spent December 18th evening in his command tent, trying to maintain situational awareness of 3 separate battles that were beginning to develop simultaneously. Each radio reports from Combat Command A indicated enemy contact near Martelange. Reports from Combat Command Reserve indicated movement toward Luxembourg was proceeding without contact. Reports from Combat Command B indicated the convoy was making progress, but slower than hoped. Morris updated his situation map, marking approximate positions of his scattered units with grease pencils that smeared when he rubbed his hand across the acetate overlay. The map showed what he already knew. His division was spread across 40 miles of front, with gaps between commands that German forces could exploit if they identified the weakness. Morris had fought in World War I as a junior officer. He'd seen what happened when command structures broke down, when units lost contact with higher headquarters, when coordination failed. He'd spent his career studying military history to avoid repeating those failures. Now, through no fault of his own, he was watching his division fragment in exactly the way military doctrine said divisions should never fragment. He couldn't fix it. He couldn't refuse orders. He could only watch, wait for reports, and hope that his subordinate commanders were capable of operating independently under conditions that would challenge even veteran units. The night wore on. Reports continued arriving. The situation continued deteriorating, and somewhere north of his headquarters, Combat Command B was rolling toward Bastogne, unaware that they were about to become the most famous unit in American military history, for reasons nobody could have predicted on December 18th. December 18th, 1944. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Lieutenant Colonel Henry Cherry stood in front of his assembled officers under a gray sky that threatened snow and delivered the briefing nobody wanted to hear. "We don't know what we're heading into, but we're heading fast." The officers looked back at him with expressions that ranged from determined to terrified. Some of these men had commanded tank companies and training exercises where the greatest risk was mechanical failure or a reprimand from an evaluator with a clipboard. Now they were being told to take their companies 60 miles north through hostile territory to defend a town against an enemy force of unknown size and composition. Cherry didn't sugarcoat the situation because there was no point. His men deserved honesty, and the honest truth was that Combat Command B was driving into chaos with fragmentary intelligence and orders that amounted to hold until further notice. He dismissed the officers and watched them return to their units. Within minutes, the first vehicles began rolling. The column that had seemed so impressive at division headquarters now felt fragile and exposed as it began threading through French roads that narrowed to single lanes in some places. Behind Cherry's Jeep, 2,500 vehicles stretched backward into the afternoon haze. Somewhere ahead, Germans were advancing. Somewhere behind, the rest of his division was being scattered. And in front of him was a road leading north into uncertainty. Basically, the convoy passed through villages where French civilians stood, watching with expressions that revealed more than words could convey. These were people who had lived through occupation once before. They knew what German armies looked like. They knew the difference between American units advancing confidently and American units moving with the urgency of crisis response. The civilians standing in doorways on December 18th afternoon saw the latter. Some waved, others simply watched in silence. In one village, an elderly man approached Cherry's Jeep during a brief halt and spoke in heavily accented English. "The Germans are already past where you're going," he said. "You're too late." Cherry thanked him for the information and ordered the convoy to continue. Whether the old man was right or wrong didn't change the mission. ACCB would reach Bastogne and hold it or die trying. Those were the only options available, and speculation about whether they were too late served no purpose except to undermine morale. The convoy continued north as afternoon gave way to evening and evening gave way to darkness. By nightfall, the convoy was encountering the detritus of the German offensive firsthand. Burned-out American vehicles sat beside the road, some still smoldering, some already cold. Equipment was scattered across fields where units had abandoned it during hasty retreats. In one location, an entire field artillery battery had been left intact, the guns still in firing position, ammunition stacked nearby, but no soldiers anywhere in sight. The crew had either been killed, captured, or had fled before the Germans arrived. Cherry ordered his column to keep moving. His men didn't need to spend time staring at abandoned positions. They needed to focus on reaching their objective before the situation deteriorated further. But the evidence of American units retreating, sometimes in disorder, was accumulating with every mile traveled. The question forming in soldiers' minds was simple and corrosive. If other American units were falling back, why was CCB driving toward the enemy? Officers who heard that question from their men provided the only answer they could offer. Someone had to stop the Germans. CCB was that someone. The answer didn't eliminate the fear, but it gave the fear a purpose. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the convoy encountered American artillery units moving south. The artillerymen were retreating in relatively good order, their guns hitched to trucks, crews intact and functional. Cherry ordered his column to halt and approach the artillery commander, a captain who looked like he hadn't slept in 2 days. The conversation that followed was documented in multiple after-action reports and painted a disturbing picture of how quickly the situation had deteriorated. The artillery captain reported that his battalion had been shelling German positions until approximately 3 hours earlier, when they'd received orders to displace immediately because German infantry was outflanking their position. He estimated German strength at division level, though he acknowledged that estimate was based on observation of vehicle columns rather than confirmed intelligence. When Cherry asked where the Germans were now, the captain pointed north and said, "Everywhere." Pressed for specifics, The captain provided approximate locations that suggested German forces were within 10 miles of Bastogne and possibly closer. The artillery captain then asked Cherry where he was going. When Cherry said Bastogne, the captain's expression shifted from tired to incredulous. "Sir, the Germans are already past Bastogne. You're driving into an encirclement." Cherry considered that possibility for approximately 5 seconds before dismissing it. His orders were to reach Bastogne. Intelligence might be wrong. The artillery captain might be exaggerating. But orders were orders, and CCB would follow them until circumstances made continuation impossible. The roads grew worse as the convoy crossed from France into Belgium and then into Luxembourg. Ice had formed on the pavement in sections, making blackout driving even more treacherous. And vehicles slid on curves. Drivers overcorrected and nearly collided with vehicles ahead of them. The convoy's speed, already reduced to crawling pace by traffic and road conditions, dropped further. Some sections moved at less than 5 miles per hour. Tank crews inside their vehicles tried to sleep while the column was halted, but the cold made sleep nearly impossible. The temperature had dropped below freezing after sunset, and inside a stationary tank with the engine off, the temperature matched the outside air within minutes. Crews ran engines periodically to generate heat, consuming fuel that logistics officers had calculated for movement rather than stationary warmth. By midnight, some tanks were operating on fuel reserves that left minimal margin for actual combat operations. Cherry received the fuel status reports with growing concern. If CCB arrived in Bastogne with tanks that had fuel for hours rather than days of operations, their combat effectiveness would be compromised from the start. But there was no fuel depot within reach, no convoy of fuel trucks waiting to resupply them, no solution except to continue forward and hope that Bastogne had supplies CCB could requisition once they arrived. December 19th, 6 o'clock in the morning. The leading elements of Combat Command B crossed into Bastogne's outskirts as dawn broke over the Ardennes. What they found was not what anyone had expected. Bastogne wasn't a fortified position with prepared defenses and clear command authority. It was a small Belgian town that looked like every other small Belgian town, with narrow streets, stone buildings, and a population that was beginning to evacuate as rumors of German advance spread. There were some American troops in Bastogne, but they weren't organized into a coherent defense. Engineer units were present, having stopped in town during their own retreat. Medical units were setting up aid stations. Some stragglers from units that had been overrun were trickling into town, reporting their units destroyed and asking where they should report. But there was no unified command, no defense plan, no prepared positions. Cherry had expected to link up with whatever American command was holding Bastogne. Instead, he discovered that CCB was the American command in Bastogne, and whatever defense would be organized, CCB would have to organize it. The town's barracks on the northern edge became CCB's initial assembly area. Men climbed out of vehicles stiff from cold and exhaustion, looking around at a town that didn't look like it could hold against a determined enemy for more than a few hours. The confusion wasn't limited to Bastogne. American units throughout the sector were experiencing similar disorientation. Radio traffic that Cherry's communications officer monitored revealed fragments of a larger picture. Units were retreating, regrouping, counterattacking, holding, collapsing. Nobody had a comprehensive view of what was happening. 8th Corps headquarters was attempting to coordinate response, but their information was hours out of date by the time they received it, analyzed it, and issued orders based on it. Cherry realized within the first hour of arriving in Bastogne that he would be operating with minimal guidance from higher command, that his orders were to hold the town. How he accomplished that mission was his decision to make. He gathered his officers at 7 o'clock in the morning and delivered a situation briefing that was remarkable for its brevity and clarity. The Germans were coming. CCB would dig in and stop them. Every approach to town needed to be covered. Every company needed to establish fighting positions. Artillery needed to register defensive fire missions. Tank destroyers needed to position where they could cover the most likely avenues of German armor approach. The briefing lasted less than 10 minutes. Then the officers dispersed to their units and the work began. Soldiers spent December 19th morning transforming Bastogne from a town into a defensive position. Tank companies drove to assigned sectors on the perimeter and began preparing firing positions, using bulldozers scrounged from engineer units to create berms that would provide hold-down cover. Infantry companies established strong points in buildings that commanded key intersections and approaches. Machine gun crews set up interlocking fields of fire. Artillery batteries established firing positions where they could provide support to any sector of the perimeter that came under attack. The work proceeded with a methodical focus of men who understood that their lives depended on the quality of preparation they completed in the next few hours. Nobody knew when the Germans would arrive, but everyone assumed it would be soon. Soldiers dug fighting positions in frozen ground that resisted shovels and pickaxes. They filled sandbags using dirt from cellars and gardens. They strung communication wire between positions, creating a landline network that would function if radios failed. Officers walked the perimeter, identifying gaps and vulnerabilities, repositioning units to create overlapping coverage. By noon, Bastogne had evolved from an undefended town into something resembling a defensive position. It wasn't perfect. There were gaps. Some sectors had inadequate coverage, but it was defensible, which was more than could be said about the situation at dawn. At 10:30 in the morning on December 19th, Combat Command B had its first contact with German forces. A reconnaissance patrol from one of Manteuffel's panzer divisions approached from the northeast, moving carefully along a road that led directly into town. If the German patrol consisted of approximately 20 vehicles, a mix of armored cars and half-tracks carrying infantry, they weren't expecting resistance. German intelligence had assessed Bastogne as lightly held, possibly already abandoned by American forces. The patrol was moving with the casual confidence of an advance force that expected to roll through town and continue westward. At 800 yards, an American Sherman tank from Cherry's command opened fire. The first round struck the lead German vehicle, destroying it instantly and blocking the road. The rest of the German patrol scattered, some vehicles attempting to reverse course, others pulling off the road to take cover. The engagement lasted less than 5 minutes. When it ended, 3 German vehicles were burning, and the rest had withdrawn beyond visual range. American casualties were 0. German casualties were estimated at 15 to 20 killed or wounded. The engagement was tactically insignificant, a mere skirmish between reconnaissance elements. But psychologically, it was enormously important for the men of Combat Command B. They had fired their first shots in combat. They had engaged the enemy and won. The Germans, who had seemed invincible in rumor and intelligence reports, bled and died when hit with 75mm rounds just like any other soldiers. The remainder of December 19th passed in tense anticipation. German patrols probed the perimeter at multiple points, testing American positions, attempting to identify gaps or weak sectors. Each probe was met with fire from American positions. Some probes withdrew immediately after contact. Others persisted for several minutes before pulling back. By evening, Cherry's after-action log recorded 8 separate engagements with German reconnaissance elements. American forces had destroyed or damaged approximately 15 German vehicles and inflicted an estimated 50 casualties. American losses were minimal: 2 wounded, neither seriously, and 1 tank destroyer damaged by German return fire, but still operational after field repairs. The casualty exchange ratio was heavily in CCB's favor, but the day's fighting revealed something more significant than favorable ratios. The German probes were reconnaissance, not assault. The enemy was gathering information, identifying American positions, preparing for something larger. The main German force hadn't arrived yet. When it did, the light skirmishing of December 19th would be replaced by coordinated attacks from forces that outnumbered CB by factors that intelligence couldn't yet calculate. Cherry spent the evening refining defensive positions, repositioning units based on where German probes had concentrated, and preparing for what he knew was coming. The men of Combat Command B had survived their first day of combat. Tomorrow would be worse. December 16th, 1944, 8:30 in the morning. The intelligence officer at 8th Corps headquarters sat at his desk reviewing overnight reports from observation posts along the Ardennes front. German artillery fire had been reported at several locations. Infantry probing attacks were ongoing. Radio traffic from American units indicated heightened enemy activity across multiple sectors. The intelligence officer read through the reports methodically, compared them to previous days' patterns, and concluded that this was probably a local counterattack designed to disrupt American offensive preparations farther north. He typed his assessment into the morning intelligence summary using language that was measured and unconcerned. Light probing attacks observed in multiple sectors. Assessment. Probable feint to mask enemy defensive preparations. No indication of major offensive operations. The summary was distributed to Corps staff and forwarded to Division headquarters, including to the 10th Armored Division command post, where General Morris and his staff were beginning their morning briefings. The assessment was wrong in every significant particular, but nobody at 8th Corps headquarters realized it yet. Intelligence analysis relied on pattern recognition, and the pattern being displayed on December 16th didn't match anything in recent experience. The possibility that Germany was launching its largest offensive of the war wasn't considered because it seemed strategically insane for an enemy that was already losing. The intelligence failure wasn't the result of incompetence. The officers responsible for assessing German intentions were competent professionals working with the information available to them. The problem was that the information available was incomplete, misleading, and filtered through assumptions that had been valid for months, but were no longer valid on December 16th. German radio discipline before the offensive had been exceptional. Our Wehrmacht units preparing for the attack maintained radio silence or transmitted false traffic to suggest they were elsewhere. Movement of troops and equipment toward assembly areas was conducted at night using roads that Allied aerial reconnaissance hadn't photographed recently. The German deception plan, Operation Greif, included English-speaking German soldiers in American uniforms, spreading false information and creating confusion behind American lines. All of these measures created an intelligence picture that systematically underestimated German capabilities and intentions. American intelligence officers looking at this picture saw what they expected to see: a weakened enemy conducting limited operations while preparing defenses against the inevitable Allied offensive. What they didn't see, because the evidence had been deliberately concealed, was an enemy concentrating everything they had left for one final gamble. Allied intelligence had access to Ultra, the codename for intelligence derived from breaking German Enigma encryption. Ultra had been providing devastating insights into German planning for years, allowing Allied commanders to anticipate enemy moves and position forces accordingly. But Ultra had limitations. It could only decrypt messages that were transmitted using machines and codes that had been compromised. The German planning for Operation Herbstnebel used a specific communication method that Allied codebreakers hadn't fully penetrated. Landline communications, hand-delivered orders, and a compartmented command structure meant that Ultra provided only fragments of information about the offensive. And those fragments arrived too late, or in forms too ambiguous to trigger the alarm they should have triggered. Intelligence officers at Supreme Headquarters Allied Expeditionary Force had received indications of German buildup in the Ardennes sector, but those indications were mixed with dozens of other intelligence reports suggesting German activity in multiple sectors. Pattern recognition failed because the pattern was deliberately obscured, and by the time the pattern became clear, German forces were already advancing. December 19th, 1944. 7 o'clock in the morning. Lieutenant Colonel Cherry's intelligence officer, Captain Robert Mitchell, had stood in a commandeered house in Bastogne that served as Combat Command B's makeshift headquarters and stared at a map that was increasingly covered with red markers indicating reported German positions. Each marker represented information from observation posts, prisoner interrogations, or radio intercepts. Mitchell was trying to construct a coherent picture of German forces in the sector, and what he was discovering terrified him. The intelligence briefing he'd received at division headquarters before CCB deployed had indicated German forces in the Ardennes consisted of approximately 6 to 8 understrength divisions, possibly including some panzer elements, but primarily infantry. The briefing had suggested total German strength in the sector at around 60 to 80,000 troops, with perhaps 100 to 150 tanks. Mitchell's map, based on 3 days of actual observation and contact, suggested something radically different. The number of German units identified exceeded what 8 divisions could field. Prisoner interrogations mention unit designations that intelligence databases showed belonged to divisions supposedly located in other sectors. Radio intercepts indicated coordination between multiple panzer divisions, not just elements. Mitchell calculated and recalculated, hoping his estimates were wrong before concluding they weren't. German forces in the Bastogne sector alone probably numbered close to 100,000 troops with several hundred tanks, and those forces were continuing to build as additional units arrived. The intelligence catastrophe wasn't limited to numbers. American commanders needed to know not just how many Germans they were facing, but what those Germans intended to do. Were German forces attempting to seize Bastogne and then continue westward? Were they planning to bypass Bastogne and leave it isolated? Were they preparing for a sustained siege or expecting American defenders to retreat? The answers to these questions would determine how CCB should deploy its limited forces, but the answers weren't available because German operational intentions remained opaque. Prisoner interrogations provided tactical information about specific units and their immediate objectives, but revealed nothing about strategic planning. Radio intercepts captured German communications about ammunition, resupply, and unit movements, but didn't include discussion of overall operational goals. Aerial reconnaissance, when weather permitted, showed German vehicle concentrations, but couldn't determine whether those concentrations represented forces preparing to attack Bastogne or forces moving past it toward other objectives. Mitchell briefed Cherry on what he knew, and, more importantly, on what he didn't know. The briefing was honest about uncertainty, which Cherry appreciated even as the uncertainty created impossible planning challenges. On December 16, while German artillery was beginning its barrage, Allied aerial reconnaissance aircraft had photographed large sections of the German rear areas in the Ardennes. The photographs showed massive vehicle concentrations, oil supply dumps, and obvious preparations for major operations. But the photographs weren't analyzed and distributed until December 18th and 19th, by which time the information they contained was already outdated. The delay wasn't negligence. Photo interpretation required skilled analysts to examine thousands of images, identify significant details, correlate those details with known German units and equipment, and produce reports that commanders could use for operational planning. The process took time under the best circumstances, and December 1944 wasn't the best circumstances. Analysts were overwhelmed with requests for photography of multiple sectors. Processing capacity was limited. Priority was given to active combat zones, but determining which zones were active required information that was itself delayed. By the time analysts realized the Ardennes photographs showed preparations for a major offensive, the offensive was already underway, and the photographs were historical documents rather than actionable intelligence. German forces facing the 10th Armored Division included elements of at least 10 divisions from 5th Panzer Army and 7th Army. 2nd Panzer Division, Panzer Lehr Division, 26th Volksgrenadier Division, and 1st SS Panzer Division were all confirmed operating in the sector through prisoner interrogations and captured documents. The combined strength of these units, when Mitchell completed his analysis on December 20th, totaled approximately 120,000 troops, 400 to 500 tanks and assault guns, and 500 artillery pieces of various calibers. Combat Command B, a defending Bastogne with approximately 2,100 troops, 115 tanks and tank destroyers, and limited artillery support, was outnumbered by a factor of roughly 50-1 in personnel and 4-1 in armor. Those odds weren't just unfavorable, they were catastrophic. Mitchell presented these estimates to Cherry with the caveat that they might be overestimates based on double counting of units or inflated prisoner reports. Cherry listened to the briefing, studied the map showing German positions, and asked one question. "Do you think these numbers are overestimates?" Mitchell considered the question carefully before answering. "No, sir. If anything, they're probably low." Cherry nodded and dismissed Mitchell to continue his analysis. The intelligence told them what they were facing. It didn't tell them how to survive it. One intelligence success deserves acknowledgement, even as the broader failures are documented. Colonel Aaron Bank, a reconnaissance officer attached to 4th Armored Division, had sent urgent reports on December 18th, warning that German forces in the Ardennes were far larger than intelligence assessments suggested. Banks' reports were based on direct observation during reconnaissance patrols and conversations with retreating American units. His warnings were initially dismissed as exaggeration, the sort of overestimation that often occurred when units under pressure reported enemy contacts. But Bank persisted, sending multiple follow-up reports with increasing specificity about German unit identifications and estimated strengths. By December 19th, Bank's warnings were being taken seriously at higher headquarters, but by then, the information was confirming what battlefield reality had already demonstrated. Bank's reports didn't prevent the intelligence failure, but they did help accelerate the Allied response by providing early warning that the German offensive was far more serious than initial assessments suggested. His persistence in the face of skepticism from higher-ranking officers demonstrated the importance of maintaining independent judgment even when that judgment contradicted official assessments. The 10th Armored Division inherited the flawed intelligence baseline when it deployed on December 18th. Division intelligence officers received briefing materials from 8th Corps that reflected the Corps' assessment of enemy forces. Those materials indicated a German attack of limited scope, with forces that, while significant, were manageable with appropriate defensive measures. The materials didn't warn that the 10th Armored was deploying into the path of the largest German offensive since 1940. They didn't indicate that German forces would complete an encirclement of Bastogne within days. They didn't suggest that the division's combat commands would be fighting for survival against overwhelming odds. Division intelligence officers had no reason to question the Corps assessment because they had no independent sources of information that contradicted it. They accepted the briefing materials as accurate, distributed them to subordinate units, and planned operations based on assumptions that were systematically wrong. The consequences of those wrong assumptions would become apparent rapidly as the division made contact with actual German forces and discovered that reality bore no resemblance to intelligence predictions. By December 20th, the intelligence picture was improving, but improvement came too late to affect initial dispositions or planning. Officers throughout the Ardennes sector were receiving updated assessments that corrected earlier errors and provided more accurate counts of German forces. The updates confirmed what frontline units had already learned through bitter experience. The German offensive was massive, well-coordinated, and aimed at strategic objectives that went far beyond local tactical gains. Intelligence officers began tracking German movements with greater accuracy, predicting German objectives with better success, and providing commanders with information that enabled more effective defensive planning. But for units like Combat Command B that had deployed based on the flawed initial intelligence, the improvements came after they were already engaged in combat against forces far larger than they had been prepared to face. The intelligence failure didn't cause American defeats in the Ardennes. American forces fought hard, and in many cases successfully, even when outnumbered. But the intelligence failure did mean that units deployed into situations they weren't prepared for, facing enemies they didn't expect, with resources that proved inadequate for the actual threat. The men of the 10th Armored Division paid for that failure with blood and lives. The intelligence officers who provided the flawed assessments weren't malicious or incompetent. They were professionals working in a system that had been deceived by an enemy that understood how to exploit Allied intelligence methods. But understanding why the failure occurred didn't change its consequences or reduce its cost. December 19th, 1944. 8 o'clock in the morning. Lieutenant Colonel Henry Cherry stood on the steps of the Bastogne barracks, watching his men transform a Belgian town into something that might, with luck and determination, hold against what was coming. Tank companies were already moving to assigned defensive sectors, their commanders having spent the previous hour walking the terrain and selecting firing positions that would provide maximum fields of fire, while offering some protection from German return fire. Infantry companies were establishing strongpoints in stone buildings that would provide cover from artillery and small arms fire. Artillery batteries were registering defensive fire missions, firing test rounds at likely German approach routes, and recording the firing data they would need when actual targets appeared. The scene was organized chaos, the kind of purposeful activity that occurs when trained soldiers execute drills they've practiced hundreds of times but never done for real. Cherry watched for several minutes, noting which units were moving efficiently and which were showing hesitation or confusion. The units that moved well would be placed in critical sectors. The units that struggled would be positioned in less critical areas, where they could contribute without bearing primary responsibility. Cherry didn't have the luxury of waiting for every unit to reach peak performance. The Germans were coming, possibly within hours, and CCB had to be ready with whatever capability they possessed at the moment combat began. At 10:30 in the morning, the question of when combat would begin was answered. An American observation post northeast of Bastogne reported vehicles approaching on the main road from the direction of the German advance. The report triggered a practice sequence of alerts. The observation post radioed coordinates to the Artillery Fire Direction Center. Artillery crews loaded their guns and waited for fire commands. Tank commanders in the northeast sector traversed their turrets toward the reported approach and scanned with binoculars for visual confirmation. Infantry in fighting positions checked weapons and ammunition. Within 3 minutes of the initial report, CCB was prepared to engage. At 10:33, the first German vehicles came into visual range. Approximately 20 vehicles, a mix of reconnaissance types, moving in a loose column formation that suggested they weren't expecting contact. The German patrol was probing, searching for American positions, attempting to determine whether Bastogne was defended or abandoned. At 800 yards, an American Sherman tank commanded by Sergeant Michael O'Brien opened fire. The decision to engage at that range rather than waiting for the Germans to close to shorter range was O'Brien's alone. He saw enemy vehicles, calculated that he had a clear shot, and fired. The round struck the lead German armored car, then destroying it and blocking the road. The engagement that followed lasted less than 5 minutes, but established a pattern that would repeat throughout the day. German vehicles scattered after the first shot, some attempting to retreat, others pulling off the road to take covered positions from which they could return fire. American tanks engaged the scattered vehicles methodically, firing at any target that presented itself. German infantry dismounted from half-tracks and attempted to deploy into assault formations, but American machine gun fire from infantry positions caught them in the open. The Germans had walked into a prepared defensive position and were paying the immediate price. 3 German vehicles burned. German infantry casualties were estimated at 15 based on bodies visible in the road and fields. The remaining German vehicles withdrew beyond visual range, leaving behind destroyed equipment and wounded soldiers who would be taken prisoner once American medics secured the area. For the Americans engaged in the fight, the encounter was transformative. These were soldiers who had never fired at human targets, who had trained on ranges with stationary targets and predictable scenarios. Now they had killed, watched men die, seen vehicles explode. Some felt exhilaration. Others felt sick. Most felt a combination of both, an emotional confusion that would take days or weeks to process. But there was no time for processing. The German patrol was reconnaissance. The main force was still coming. Throughout December 19th, German probes continued at multiple points around the Bastogne perimeter. Each probe followed a similar pattern. German reconnaissance elements would approach an American sector, usually following roads because the terrain off-road was difficult for vehicles. American observation posts would report contact. American units in the sector would engage with tanks, artillery, or infantry weapons, depending on range and circumstances. Germans would withdraw after suffering casualties, sometimes leaving disabled vehicles behind. The American defensive system was functioning as designed, detecting threats before they penetrated the perimeter and delivering enough firepower to force German withdrawal without sustaining significant American casualties. Captain William Ryerson commanded a tank company defending the southeast approach to Bastogne en route de Martelange. His company consisted of 120 men, 2 M4 Sherman tanks, and 2 M10 tank destroyers. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, German infantry supported by half-tracks approached Ryerson's position in what appeared to be a deliberate probe rather than reconnaissance. The Germans numbered approximately 250 infantry with 6 vehicles providing fire support. This was the largest German force to approach any sector of the perimeter so far, and Ryerson's company would bear the brunt of stopping them. The engagement began at 3,000 yards when American observation posts reported German movement. Ryerson positioned his tanks in hold-down positions behind road berms that engineers had constructed using a commandeered bulldozer. The tank destroyers were positioned slightly behind and offset, and providing overlapping fields of fire that would catch any German vehicles that survived the initial engagement. Infantry were dug in along the road and in adjacent buildings, positioned to defend against German infantry if they dismounted and attempted assault on foot. At 1,500 yards, Ryerson ordered his tanks to open fire with high explosive rounds targeting the German half-tracks. The first volley struck 3 vehicles, destroying 2 and damaging a third. German infantry dismounted rapidly and began advancing on foot using terrain features for cover. Ryerson's infantry engaged with rifle and machine gun fire. The Germans returned fire but were exposed and taking casualties. At 800 yards, German infantry went to ground and attempted to establish a firing line from which they could suppress American positions. The American artillery, which had been waiting for a call for fire, dropped rounds on the German position based on coordinates from forward observers. The artillery fire was devastating. German infantry broke and withdrew in disorganized retreat, leaving behind wounded and equipment. The engagement ended at 2:30 in the afternoon. American casualties, 3 wounded, none seriously. German casualties, estimated 40 to 60 killed or wounded, 3 vehicles destroyed, 1 captured intact. By evening on December 19th, Combat Command B had fought 8 separate engagements with German forces. The pattern was clear. Germans were probing the perimeter, testing American defenses, looking for weak points they could exploit. None of the probes were serious assaults. All were reconnaissance or probing attacks designed to gather information rather than seize terrain. But the information the Germans were gathering would inform the larger attack that was certainly coming. Cherry reviewed after-action reports from his company commanders at 6 o'clock in the evening. The reports were uniformly positive about American performance. Units had engaged effectively. Fire discipline had been good. Casualties were minimal. Equipment was functioning. But Cherry focused on what the reports revealed about German capabilities and intentions. German forces were present in the sector in significant strength. Their probing attacks were coordinated, with multiple sectors being tested simultaneously. All their withdrawal after contact suggested they weren't committed to forcing a breakthrough yet, but were preparing for something larger. Cherry updated his defensive plan based on the day's fighting, repositioning some units to strengthen sectors that had seen the heaviest German activity and establishing reserve forces that could reinforce threatened areas. The first day of combat for the 10th Armored Division's Combat Command B was a success by any reasonable measure. They had established defensive positions in unfamiliar terrain with minimal preparation time. They had engaged German forces repeatedly and inflicted casualties while suffering minimal losses themselves. They had demonstrated that American troops, even inexperienced ones, could fight effectively when properly led and positioned. Officers throughout CCB felt cautiously optimistic as December 19th ended. The Germans had probed and been repulsed. The American defensive system was working. If this was the worst the Germans could deliver, CCB would hold Bastogne indefinitely. But experienced officers knew better than to assume that reconnaissance probes represented the maximum German effort. The probes were preparation. The main attack would come when German commanders had assembled sufficient forces and identified the vulnerabilities they needed to exploit. The fact that the probes had been repulsed didn't mean the main attack would also be repulsed. It meant only that CCB had survived the first day. Everything else remained to be determined. The psychological impact of the first day's fighting varied among soldiers depending on their role and experience level. Tank crews who had engaged German vehicles from covered positions at ranges measured in hundreds of yards reported feeling competent and effective. They had trained for exactly this scenario, and when it occurred in reality, their training proved adequate. Infantry who had engaged German foot soldiers in confused close-range firefights reported more anxiety and uncertainty. Close combat was personal in ways that long-range tank gunnery wasn't. Soldiers could see the faces of men they were shooting at, could hear their voices, could watch them die. Some soldiers handled this experience without apparent difficulty. Others showed signs of stress that would require attention from officers and chaplains. The variation in response was normal and expected. But it created a management challenge for junior leaders who needed to maintain unit cohesion while acknowledging that not everyone experienced combat the same way. Sergeants who noticed soldiers struggling made mental notes to watch those individuals carefully, to provide support when possible, and to reassign them if their difficulty began affecting unit performance. As darkness fell on December 19th, the men of Combat Command B settled into a routine that would characterize the next several days. Positions were manned continuously with rotating shifts allowing soldiers to rest while maintaining constant vigilance. Meals were cold rations eaten in fighting positions, because building fires or establishing field kitchens would reveal positions to German observers. Communication was maintained by radio and landline, with messengers carrying written orders when radio silence was required. Officers moved between positions checking on their men, answering questions, projecting confidence even when they felt doubt. The temperature dropped below freezing as night arrived, and soldiers in unheated fighting positions wrapped themselves in whatever blankets or coats they possessed. Sleep came in brief intervals, interrupted by alerts, false alarms, or simply the cold that made sustained sleep impossible. The first night in Bastogne was difficult, but not unbearable. Men endured because they had no alternative. They stayed awake because German probes continued after dark, with infiltration attempts and patrol contacts that kept American defenders alert and anxious. Morning would bring another day of fighting, and everyone knew it. The question wasn't whether the Germans would come again. The question was how many would come, and whether CCB could stop them when they did. December 20th, 1944, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. General William Morris sat in his command post 40 miles south of Bastogne, attempting to maintain radio contact with his scattered division, and the effort was failing. His radio operator had been trying for 30 minutes to reach Combat Command B, with an updated intelligence assessment that Morris needed them to receive. The radio transmission kept breaking up, static and interference making coherent communication impossible. Morris could hear fragments of responses from Cherry's headquarters, pieces of sentences that suggested CCB was under increasing pressure, but he couldn't get confirmation of their tactical situation or provide them with information about German movements that Corps intelligence was tracking. After 40 minutes of attempts, the radio operator looked at Morris and shook his head. The connection was too degraded to be reliable. Morris would have to wait for the next scheduled communication window, which was 3 hours away, and hope that conditions improved by then. The inability to communicate with his largest combat command wasn't just frustrating, it was dangerous. Morris was making decisions about divisional operations based on information that might be hours or days out of date. He was issuing orders that might not reach their intended recipients until circumstances had changed enough to make the orders irrelevant. The division was fragmenting not just physically, but informationally, and there was nothing Morris could do to prevent it. The German encirclement of Bastogne was proceeding according to a plan that Wehrmacht commanders had refined over 5 years of mobile warfare. Multiple panzer divisions were converging on the town from different directions, not attempting to force immediate breakthrough, but instead flowing around American resistance like water around a rock. 2nd Panzer Division was pushing north and west of Bastogne, cutting roads that American forces needed for supply and reinforcement. Panzer Lehr Division was moving south of the town, establishing positions that would complete the encirclement from that direction. 1st SS Panzer Division was positioned east, blocking any American attempt to break out toward Luxembourg. The German commanders weren't in a hurry. Their strategic timeline required them to keep moving west toward the Meuse River, which meant they couldn't afford to get bogged down in protracted urban combat for Bastogne. Their solution was elegant and brutal. Surround the town, leave enough forces to contain American defenders, and continue the advance with the main body. American forces in Bastogne would be isolated, cut off from supply, and eventually would have to surrender when their ammunition and food ran out. This approach had worked against Soviet defenders dozens of times on the Eastern Front. German commanders saw no reason it wouldn't work against Americans in the Ardennes. At 8 o'clock in the evening on December 20th, as an American observation post on the southern edge of Bastogne reported something that confirmed what officers had been dreading all day. German vehicle columns were visible moving west, bypassing Bastogne rather than attacking it. The columns were substantial, estimated at battalion or possibly regimental strength, with tanks and mechanized infantry moving along roads that would take them well past American defensive positions. The observation post reported the sighting immediately. Officers at CCB headquarters plotted the reported German movements on their maps and reached the obvious conclusion. The Germans weren't just probing Bastogne anymore. They were encircling it. Within hours, possibly by dawn on December 21st, American forces in Bastogne would be completely surrounded with no land connection to friendly forces. Supply convoys wouldn't be able to reach them. Reinforcements wouldn't arrive. Casualties couldn't be evacuated. Combat Command B, along with whatever other American units were in Bastogne, would be on their own until someone broke through the encirclement, or until they ran out of supplies and surrendered. Lieutenant Colonel Cherry received the observation post report at 8:15 in the evening and called an immediate staff meeting. His operations officer, intelligence officer, logistics officer, and senior company commanders gathered in the makeshift headquarters within 15 minutes. Cherry showed them the map with updated German positions and asked for assessments. The intelligence officer spoke first. German forces surrounding Bastogne probably totaled 40,000 or more troops, with at least 100 tanks and extensive artillery support. Combat Command B had approximately 2,100 troops, roughly 100 operational tanks and tank destroyers after the previous day's fighting, and limited artillery ammunition because resupply hadn't been possible. The casualty exchange ratio would need to be approximately 20-1 in CCB's favor just to achieve parity, and sustaining a 20-1 ratio over extended period was impossible. The logistics officer spoke next. CCB had approximately 3 days of food based on current rations. Ammunition stocks varied by weapon type, but averaged about 40% of normal combat loads. If fuel for vehicles was adequate for another 2 days of moderate activity, or 1 day of intense combat operations. Medical supplies were sufficient for routine injuries, but inadequate if casualties mounted. Water wasn't an immediate concern because Bastogne had functioning wells. But if German artillery targeted the water supply, that advantage would disappear. Cherry listened to the assessments without interrupting. When his officers finished, he asked one question. "What are our options?" The operations officer answered honestly. They had 3 choices. First, attempt to break out before the encirclement was complete, abandoning Bastogne and trying to fight their way south to friendly lines. Second, hold Bastogne, and hope that relief forces arrived before supplies ran out. Third, surrender when the tactical situation became untenable. Cherry considered the options for approximately 30 seconds before dismissing the first and third. Breaking out would mean abandoning their defensive positions and fighting through superior German forces in open terrain, where American advantages in prepared positions and overlapping fields of fire would be lost. Surrender was unacceptable as long as CCB retained capability to fight. That left option 2, hold and wait for relief. Cherry told his officers to prepare for sustained defensive operations. Rations would be reduced immediately to extend food supplies. Ammunition expenditure would be carefully controlled, with firing restricted to confirmed targets. Fuel would be conserved for essential vehicle movement only. The perimeter would be tightened to reduce the frontage each unit needed to defend. And when they would hold until relieved or until holding became physically impossible. December 21st, dawn. The last American supply convoy that would reach Bastogne for days attempted to break through from the south. The convoy consisted of approximately 20 trucks carrying ammunition, medical supplies, and rations. The trucks were escorted by a platoon of tanks from 4th Armored Division that had been operating in the sector and was attempting to link up with forces in Bastogne. At 6:30 in the morning, the convoy encountered German forces that had established roadblock positions overnight. The engagement was brief and brutal. German tanks and anti-tank guns destroyed the American escort within minutes. The supply trucks, unarmored and vulnerable, were sitting targets. Most were destroyed by direct fire. A few turned around and attempted to retreat, but were caught by German pursuit. Of the 20 trucks in the convoy, none reached Bastogne. Of the American tank platoon escort, 2 tanks escaped. The rest were destroyed with their crews killed or captured. Survivors who made it back to American lines reported that the roads to Bastogne were completely cut. German forces were established in depth, with overlapping positions that made breakthrough impossible without major operations involving significantly more force than a convoy escort could provide. The supply convoy's destruction was witnessed by American observation posts outside Bastogne's perimeter. Officers watching the engagement through binoculars saw the explosions, saw the trucks burning, saw German soldiers moving among the wreckage. As the observation posts reported what they had witnessed, and within 30 minutes, every officer in Combat Command B understood that they were now completely isolated. There would be no more supplies until someone broke through the German ring. Everything CCB needed to survive would have to come from what they had already stockpiled, or what they could capture from German forces. The psychological impact of that realization varied among the men. Some became more determined, a response of defiant resolve that they would prove capable of surviving impossible odds. Others became anxious, calculating how many days they could last before hunger and ammunition shortages forced surrender. Officers worked to maintain morale, emphasizing that isolation wasn't the same as defeat, that American forces outside the encirclement were certainly planning relief operations, that CCB's mission was to hold long enough for those operations to succeed. December 22nd, noon. A German officer approached American lines under a white flag of truce. The officer was accompanied by an enlisted soldier carrying a written message. American troops held their fire as ordered and allowed the German delegation to approach a forward command post, where they were met by an American captain. The German officer presented the message, which was written in English on official Wehrmacht stationery. The message was an ultimatum demanding American surrender within 2 hours. The text claimed that German forces had completely surrounded Bastogne, that American defenders had no prospect of relief, and that continued resistance would result in unnecessary casualties, and that honorable surrender would result in treatment according to Geneva Convention protocols. The message concluded with a demand for written response, indicating American acceptance of the surrender terms. The American captain accepted the message, told the German officer to wait, and sent a runner to Lieutenant Colonel Cherry's headquarters with the document. Cherry read the ultimatum carefully, showed it to his staff officers, and composed his response. The response consisted of one word though accounts differ on what that word actually was. The sanitized version reported in after-action documents was nuts. The actual response Cherry provided was significantly more profane and descriptive. Regardless of the exact wording, the message was clear. Combat Command B was not surrendering. The German officer received Cherry's response with professional courtesy, saluted, and departed back to German lines. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, on December 22nd, the deadline specified in the ultimatum had passed with no American surrender. German commanders had expected this outcome. The ultimatum was a formality required by military protocol, but nobody seriously believed American forces would surrender while they retained combat capability. What the ultimatum accomplished was establishing a clear timeline. American defenders now knew that German forces would begin serious assault operations without any further warning. The probing attacks that had characterized the previous 3 days were over. The siege of Bastogne was about to enter its most violent phase. And everyone on both sides understood that the next several days would determine whether Combat Command B would survive to be relieved or would be destroyed in place. The noose had tightened completely. Now the Germans would see if they could strangle what they had caught, and the Americans would see if they could breathe long enough to be saved. December 23rd, 1944. Morning. Private James Hendricks sat in a foxhole on the eastern edge of Bastogne's perimeter and tried to remember what warmth felt like. The temperature had dropped to 10 degrees Fahrenheit overnight, and his body had stopped shivering hours ago, which he dimly understood meant he was approaching the early stages of hypothermia. His feet were numb inside boots that hadn't been designed for sustained exposure to this kind of cold. His hands could barely grip his rifle. He'd wrapped himself in every piece of cloth he possessed, blanket, shelter half, extra uniform jacket, but the cold penetrated everything. Around him, other soldiers in the position were experiencing the same deterioration. Nobody was talking because talking required energy they needed to conserve. They sat or crouched in their positions, weapons ready, watching the frozen landscape for German movement, enduring because there was no alternative to endurance. Hendricks had written in his journal 3 days earlier that the war didn't feel real yet. Now it felt more real than anything he'd ever experienced, and the reality was that war wasn't primarily about combat or tactics or glory. War was about cold and hunger and exhaustion, about physical misery that ground away at the will to continue. Oh, about finding reasons to keep functioning when every cell in your body was screaming for rest. The food situation in Bastogne was deteriorating rapidly. Combat Command B had entered the siege with approximately 3 days of C rations and K rations stored in supply vehicles. By December 23rd, that supply had been consumed down to roughly 1.5 days of food remaining. Officers implemented strict rationing measures. Each soldier would receive 1,500 calories per day, half the normal combat allocation, and barely enough to sustain basic metabolic function in the cold weather conditions. The rations were distributed at scheduled times, with soldiers receiving small portions that did nothing to eliminate hunger but kept starvation at a distance. Some soldiers supplemented their rations with food scavenged from abandoned Belgian homes, though most civilians had evacuated and taken their food with them. Others attempted to make the rations stretch further by eating slowly, chewing each bite thoroughly, trying to convince their bodies that the meager portions were adequate. The psychology of hunger became as significant as the physical impact. Soldiers thought about food constantly. Conversations that once covered sports, women, or plans for after the war now focused on memories of meals, descriptions of favorite restaurants, fantasies about what they would eat when the siege ended. The mental energy devoted to thoughts of food was energy not available for maintaining vigilance or executing duties, but the human mind couldn't be controlled that precisely. Hunger dominated consciousness regardless of tactical necessity. Artillery positions throughout the Bastogne perimeter were experiencing a crisis that would determine how effectively CCB could respond to German attacks. Ammunition stocks for artillery pieces were being consumed faster than officers had calculated. Each fire mission against German positions required dozens of rounds to achieve effect. Multiply that by multiple missions per day across multiple sectors, and the consumption rate became unsustainable. By December 23rd, artillery batteries were operating under strict fire discipline. Crews could only engage confirmed targets where artillery fire would have decisive impact. Harassing fire, the random shelling designed to disrupt enemy operations and lower morale, was discontinued entirely. While registration fire to maintain accuracy was reduced to minimum necessary levels, fire missions were planned and calculated with extreme care to ensure every shell fired accomplished something measurable. The artillery commander, a major who had trained his batteries for 2 years, found himself making decisions about which American infantry positions would receive fire support and which would have to fight without it. There wasn't enough ammunition to support everyone. Priorities had to be established based on tactical importance, and soldiers in less critical sectors would face German attacks with only their organic weapons to defend themselves. The medical situation in Bastogne was approaching crisis faster than any other logistical challenge. Combat produces casualties. And casualties require medical care that consumes supplies impossible to replace during a siege. By December 23rd, the medical aid station established in the basement of a Bastogne building was treating approximately 300 wounded soldiers. Most injuries were combat wounds, shrapnel, gunshot, blast injuries, but an increasing number were cold-related. Frostbite was becoming epidemic among soldiers in forward positions. Trench foot, caused by prolonged exposure to wet and cold conditions, was disabling soldiers who couldn't feel their feet and couldn't walk effectively. Medical personnel worked under conditions that would have been considered unacceptable in training. The aid station had minimal heat. Lighting was provided by battery-powered lamps and candles. Surgical instruments were sterilized by boiling, when fuel for boiling was available, and used unsterilized when it wasn't. Morphine stocks, essential for pain management, were running dangerously low. Medical personnel were rationing morphine the same way logistics personnel were rationing food, providing smaller doses than patients needed and reserving full doses for the most severe cases. Wounded soldiers lay on floors and blankets, sometimes 2 or 3 to a stretcher, waiting for treatment that might not come, or evacuation that was impossible. Tank crews faced challenges specific to armored warfare in winter conditions. Tanks were not designed for crew comfort. They were designed to move and fight, and comfort was an afterthought that designers considered only minimally. In December, the interior of a stationary tank matched exterior temperatures within an hour of the engine being shut down. Crews attempting to rest inside their vehicles found that metal surfaces drew heat from bodies in contact with them, creating cold spots that were intensely uncomfortable and potentially dangerous. Running engines to generate heat consumed fuel that was increasingly scarce. Tank crews developed improvised solutions, rotating crew members so that some could rest in buildings while others maintained vehicles, running engines for brief periods to prevent complete freezing of mechanical components, wearing every piece of clothing they possessed in layers that made movement inside cramped tank interiors difficult. The cold affected tank performance as well as crew performance. Engine oil thickened. Batteries lost power. Hydraulic systems became sluggish. Crews compensated through maintenance routines that consumed time and effort they could barely spare, but the alternative was tanks that wouldn't start when needed, or that would fail mechanically during combat. December 24th, afternoon. A medic named Corporal David Chen moved through forward positions, checking on soldiers and treating injuries that ranged from minor to life-threatening. Chen had been a medical student before the war, 3 years into his training when he'd been drafted and assigned to the medical corps. His training prepared him for the technical aspects of battlefield medicine, treating wounds, managing shock, stabilizing patients for evacuation. What it hadn't prepared him for was the emotional weight of treating soldiers who looked at him with expressions that asked questions he couldn't answer. Will I survive this? Will I lose my leg? Will I ever be normal again? Chen provided medical care and tried to provide reassurance, though reassurance felt hollow when he didn't know the answers himself. One soldier Chen treated on December 24th had sustained a traumatic leg amputation from German artillery. The soldier was alive, stable after Chen applied a tourniquet and administered morphine, but his future was entirely uncertain. Would he survive without infection? Would evacuation be possible before infection set in? Would he receive the specialized surgical care he needed? Or would he die in the basement aid station because the siege prevented proper treatment? As Chen stabilized the soldier, marked him for priority evacuation whenever evacuation became possible, and moved to the next position where another soldier needed attention. The work continued without pause, a grinding succession of injuries and treatments that blurred together into an experience Chen knew would haunt him for whatever remained of his life. December 25th, 1944. Christmas Day. Soldiers throughout the Bastogne perimeter attempted to observe the holiday, despite circumstances that made celebration nearly impossible. Chaplains conducted brief services in fighting positions, offering prayers and scripture readings for men who couldn't leave their posts to attend formal services. Officers distributed what passed for special rations, slightly larger portions of K rations, and some preserved fruit that had been discovered in a Belgian warehouse, cigarettes from Red Cross packages that had arrived before the siege began. The gesture was appreciated, even though it changed nothing material about their situation. Soldiers sang Christmas carols quietly in positions spread across the perimeter, voices carrying through the frozen air to other positions where men heard the singing and added their own voices. For a few hours on Christmas afternoon, the fighting diminished, as if both sides had reached unspoken agreement to observe the day. German artillery continued sporadic firing, but the intensity was lower than previous days. American soldiers used the relative quiet to rest, write letters they couldn't mail, sleep in brief intervals, and think about families at home who were celebrating Christmas without them. The psychological impact of the siege varied among soldiers in ways that officers struggled to predict or manage. Some men became more focused and determined as conditions worsened, as if adversity clarified purpose and eliminated distractions. These soldiers performed their duties with mechanical efficiency, maintaining weapons, standing watches, engaging enemy forces when required, all without complaint or apparent emotional difficulty. Other soldiers showed signs of deterioration, increased anxiety, difficulty sleeping even when opportunities for sleep existed, reduced appetite beyond what food scarcity caused, withdrawal from social interaction. Officers and sergeants watch for these signs because soldiers experiencing psychological breakdown under siege conditions could become liabilities to their units. In some cases, officers could provide support through counseling or reassignment to less stressful duties. In other cases, the soldier's deterioration was beyond what field intervention could address, and all officers could do was note the problem and hope the soldier would hold together until the siege ended. The line between normal stress response and pathological breakdown was difficult to define in real time, and officers made judgment calls based on incomplete information and limited experience with siege warfare psychology. Trench foot and frostbite casualties were becoming a significant problem that threatened to reduce American combat effectiveness as much as German action did. Trench foot occurred when feet remained wet and cold for extended periods, causing tissue damage that could disable soldiers even when no enemy had fired a shot. All prevention required changing socks regularly, drying feet, and avoiding prolonged exposure to wet conditions. But soldiers in forward fighting positions couldn't implement preventive measures. They couldn't leave their positions to dry their feet. They didn't have spare dry socks to change into. Many hadn't removed their boots in days because doing so would leave them vulnerable if German attacks came without warning. Medical personnel estimated that by Christmas Day, at least 100 soldiers in the Bastogne perimeter were effectively combat ineffective due to cold injuries. These soldiers couldn't walk effectively, couldn't stand watches, couldn't contribute to defensive operations. They required evacuation that wasn't possible and medical treatment that exceeded available resources. Officers dealing with cold injury casualties faced impossible decisions. Should they pull soldiers from the line before their injuries became disabling, reducing immediate combat strength to preserve long-term capability? Or should they keep soldiers in position until they became completely unable to function, maintaining maximum strength for as long as possible, but guaranteeing permanent injury to soldiers who might have been saved with earlier intervention? As Christmas Day ended and December 26th began, the soldiers of Combat Command B had been under siege for 7 days. They had fought multiple engagements with German forces. They had endured cold, hunger, and exhaustion that pushed human endurance to its limits. They had watched friends die or sustain injuries that would change their lives permanently. And they had lived with uncertainty about whether relief would arrive before their supplies ran out or their defensive positions collapsed under German assault. The question that occupied every soldier's mind, though few spoke it aloud, was simple and terrible. How much longer can we hold? The answer depended on factors outside their control: whether relief columns could break through German encirclement, whether air supply could deliver enough material to sustain the garrison, whether German commanders would commit to full-scale assault or continue the siege. But one factor remained within the soldiers' control: their willingness to keep fighting despite conditions that gave them every rational reason to surrender. That willingness, tested daily and eroded gradually by deprivation and fear, was the final resource Combat Command B possessed. As long as soldiers continued fighting, the defense would hold. When that willingness finally broke, if it broke, the siege would end in German victory. Everything depended on ordinary men making the daily choice to endure extraordinary circumstances for one more day. So far, they had made that choice. How many more times they could make it remained to be seen. December the 19th, 1944. Morning. Colonel Wendell Blanchard stood beside a road 30 miles south of Bastogne, watching his combat command. A units deploy into positions that were being identified in real time by staff officers with inadequate maps and outdated intelligence. CCA had been ordered to defend a sector of approximately 30 miles of front, an absurd assignment for a unit with 1,600 men and 70 medium tanks. Normal defensive doctrine suggested one division per 10 to 15 miles of front in terrain like the Ardennes. CCA was being asked to defend twice that frontage with less than 1/10 of a division's strength. Blanchard understood the arithmetic. His command would be spread so thin that gaps between positions would measure in miles rather than yards. German forces could infiltrate through those gaps, bypass American strongpoints, and attack from unexpected directions. CCA wouldn't be establishing a continuous defensive line. They would be creating isolated strongpoints that would have to fight independently, because mutual support across miles of forest and hills would be impossible. Blanchard had commanded armor units for 3 years. He'd studied defensive operations, participated in exercises, and understood the principles that determine success or failure. Everything he had learned told him that what 8th Corps was ordering him to do was tactically unsound and probably doomed to fail. But orders were orders, and CCA would execute them to the best of their ability. The fragmentation of the 10th Armored Division meant that Combat Command A was fighting a completely separate battle from Combat Command B in Bastogne, while CCB was concentrated in a single location with unified command and coordination. CCA was scattered across 30 miles with company-sized units operating independently under battalion and company commanders who hadn't trained together extensively. Radio communication between CCA positions was functional but limited by terrain that blocked line-of-sight transmission. Blanchard established his command post at a central location that allowed him to communicate with most subordinate units, but some positions on the flanks were beyond reliable radio range. Those units would operate on their own initiative, following the last orders they had received, until circumstances changed enough that Blanchard could establish contact and provide updated guidance. The situation violated every principle of command and control, but there was no solution available. CCA would fight scattered or not fight at all. and fighting scattered was the only option that served the strategic requirement of slowing German advance while American forces mobilized for larger operations. December 19th, afternoon. A tank company from CCA engaged German reconnaissance elements near the town of Martelange, at approximately 15 miles south of Bastogne. The American company consisted of 3 Sherman tanks and approximately 40 infantry soldiers in 2 half-tracks. The German force was significantly larger, estimated at battalion strength with at least 8 tanks and several hundred infantry. The engagement began when American observation posts reported German movement approaching their position. The American company commander, Captain James Morrison, had minutes to decide how to respond. His orders were to defend his assigned sector, but defending meant fighting against odds of at least 5-1, with no prospect of reinforcement. Morrison positioned his tanks in defilade positions where terrain would provide some protection from German fire, deployed his infantry in buildings that overlooked the approach road, and waited. At 1400 hours, German tanks came into view. Morrison's tanks opened fire at 800 yards, achieving surprise because the Germans hadn't expected American forces this far south. The first volley destroyed 2 German tanks and damaged a 3rd. German forces scattered and began deploying for assault, but the American position was well chosen and difficult to flank. The engagement continued for 2 hours, with German forces attempting multiple approaches and American forces repelling each attempt through concentrated fire. By 1600 hours, German forces withdrew, having lost 4 tanks destroyed and an estimated 50 infantry casualties. American losses: 1 tank damaged, 5 infantry wounded, ammunition expenditure approximately 60% of available stocks. The tactical victory near Martelange demonstrated both the potential and the limitations of Combat Command A's scattered defense. American units with good positions and competent leadership could inflict disproportionate casualties on German forces even when outnumbered significantly. But the engagement also revealed that CCA couldn't sustain this level of intensity across all its positions simultaneously. If German forces attacked multiple American positions at once, CCA would have to prioritize, accepting that some positions would be overrun while others held. Blanchard understood this reality and began making calculations about which positions were essential and which were expendable. Positions near critical road junctions would be reinforced and defended aggressively. Positions in less critical areas would be given orders to delay German advance but withdraw rather than fight to destruction if they were about to be overwhelmed. The strategy was sound in theory, but brutal in implementation, because telling soldiers they were in expendable positions undermined morale and created resentment that commanders were abandoning them. December 20th evening. Communication between Blanchard's CCA headquarters and General Morris's division headquarters had become increasingly sporadic throughout the day. Blanchard attempted to report CCA's tactical situation at scheduled intervals, but radio contact was unreliable and often broke up mid-transmission. When contact was established, Morris attempted to provide Blanchard with updated intelligence about German movements. But the intelligence was always hours out of date by the time it reached CCA positions. Blanchard reached a decision that many isolated commanders reached during the Ardennes offensive. He would operate CCA according to his own tactical judgment based on what his units were actually encountering, rather than attempting to coordinate with higher headquarters that couldn't provide timely guidance. Blanchard sent a message to Morris explaining his decision, received acknowledgement that the message was received, and then proceeded to fight his command as an independent unit. The decision was reasonable and probably inevitable given communication limitations, but it meant the 10th Armored Division was now fragmented not just physically, but operationally. Morris commanded a division in name, but in practice he commanded scattered units fighting separate battles under local commanders who made decisions independently. December 21st, morning. A German assault overran an American position held by a platoon from Combat Command A. The position was located on a hill overlooking a road that German forces needed for their advance. The The platoon consisted of 38 men with 2 machine guns, minimal anti-tank capability, and orders to hold as long as possible, then withdraw if the position became untenable. The German assault began at dawn, with artillery preparation that destroyed the platoon's communication equipment and killed or wounded approximately 1/3 of the defenders in the first 15 minutes. German infantry advanced under cover of the artillery fire, in reaching American positions before the defenders could establish effective defensive fire. Close quarters combat ensued, with American soldiers fighting from foxholes and improvised positions, while German infantry attempted to eliminate them with grenades and direct fire. The platoon leader, a lieutenant named Thomas Garrett, was killed in the first minutes of the assault. The senior sergeant assumed command and attempted to organize withdrawal, but German forces had surrounded the position and escape routes were under fire. The engagement ended when the surviving American soldiers, approximately 12 men, surrendered after exhausting their ammunition. German forces secured the position, treated American wounded according to Geneva Convention protocols, and continued their advance. The overrun position was one of dozens of similar engagements throughout the Ardennes, where small American units fought against overwhelming odds, sometimes successfully and sometimes not. The loss of the position near Martelange forced Blanchard to adjust CCA's defensive line, pulling back other positions to prevent them from being flanked by German forces that now controlled terrain previously held by Americans. The adjustment created a cascading effect, with each withdrawal requiring additional withdrawals to maintain coherent defensive positions. By December 22nd, CCA had fallen back approximately 5 miles from their initial positions, still fighting, but trading space for time in the hope that the time purchased would allow American forces elsewhere to mobilize effective response. Blanchard's after-action reports during this period documented the steady erosion of CCA's combat power. Each engagement produced casualties that couldn't be replaced. Each withdrawal meant abandoning equipment that couldn't be recovered. Each day of combat consumed ammunition and fuel that were increasingly difficult to resupply because German forces had cut or interdicted many supply routes. CCA was still functioning as a combat unit, but its strength was declining steadily and its ability to sustain operations was measured in days rather than weeks. December 23 to December 24. Combat Command. A consolidated into a hasty defensive position north of a town called Ardennes, having withdrawn from more exposed positions that were becoming untenable. The consolidation placed CCA in a more compact sector where units could support each other more effectively, but it also meant yielding significant terrain to German forces. Blanchard made the decision based on the tactical necessity, but he understood the strategic implications. Every mile of terrain CCA yielded was a mile German forces gained toward their objectives. American strategy throughout the Ardennes depended on slowing German advance enough that Allied reinforcements could arrive and contain the breakthrough. CCA was contributing to that strategy by forcing Germans to fight for every mile, but the cost was being paid by soldiers who saw themselves retreating day after day and wondered when the retreat would end. Morale in CCA remained functional, but was under strain. Soldiers asked their officers when reinforcements would arrive, when they would stop falling back, when they would transition from defense to counterattack. Officers provided what reassurance they could, explaining that CCA's mission was to delay, not defeat German forces, that their actions were part of a larger operational plan, that holding positions indefinitely wasn't the objective. The explanations helped some soldiers and failed to help others, depending on individual psychology and how much faith each soldier had in their commanders and the broader American military system. By December 24th, Combat Command A had been fighting continuously for 6 days across a 30-mile sector against German forces that outnumbered them by at least 10-1. CCA casualties during this period totaled approximately 150 killed, wounded, and missing, one reducing the command's effective strength to roughly 40% of its deployment strength. German casualties inflicted by CCA were estimated at 400 to 500, based on prisoner interrogations and battlefield observation, demonstrating that American forces were achieving favorable casualty exchange ratios, but couldn't sustain operations indefinitely against an enemy with such significant numerical superiority. Tank losses for CCA were approximately 20 vehicles destroyed or abandoned, reducing armored strength to roughly 50 operational tanks. Ammunition supplies were critical, with many positions reporting less than 2 days of supply remaining. Fuel was adequate for limited movement, but insufficient for sustained mobile operations. Food was rationed to 1,500 calories per soldier per day, same as Combat Command B in Bastogne. The two commands were fighting separate battles under similar resource constraints, demonstrating that the siege of Bastogne wasn't unique, but representative of challenges American forces faced throughout the Ardennes sector. Colonel Blanchard spent Christmas Day visiting CCA positions personally, moving by jeep between company headquarters and speaking with officers and soldiers about their situation. The visit served multiple purposes. They allowed Blanchard to assess conditions firsthand, rather than relying on reports that might minimize problems to avoid appearing defeatist. They demonstrated to soldiers that their commander shared their risks and understood their circumstances. They provided opportunities for Blanchard to deliver face-to-face guidance that couldn't be communicated effectively by radio. At each position, Blanchard asked the same questions. Do you have what you need to hold your position? Are you getting adequate resupply? Are casualties being evacuated? Are soldiers showing signs of combat fatigue that require attention? The answers varied but revealed common patterns. Units were coping but stretched to limits. Resupply was adequate for immediate needs, but inadequate to build reserves. Casualties were being evacuated when possible, but sometimes accumulated at aid stations because evacuation routes were under fire. Combat fatigue was becoming visible in increased irritability, reduced attention to detail, and occasional poor decisions by soldiers who were simply too exhausted to think clearly. Blanchard took notes, made promises about addressing problems where possible, and moved to the next position. The visits consumed an entire day that Blanchard could have spent at his headquarters coordinating operations, but the investment in morale and command presence was worth the time spent away from maps and radios. December 22nd, 1944. 11 o'clock in the morning, 2 German officers approached American lines at Bastogne under a white flag of truce, carrying a written ultimatum demanding surrender. The Americans who received them were professional and correct, accepted the document, and sent it to Lieutenant Colonel Cherry's headquarters without comment. Cherry read the ultimatum surrounded by his staff officers, all of whom understood what this meant. The Germans were preparing for serious assault operations and were offering one final opportunity for bloodless resolution. The ultimatum text was formal and emphasized the hopelessness of American situation. German forces had completely surrounded Bastogne. American defenders had no prospect of relief. Continued resistance would result in unnecessary casualties. Honorable surrender would ensure treatment according to Geneva Convention protocols. The message demanded written response within 2 hours. Cherry read it twice, looked at his staff officers, and composed his response. The response he dictated to his operations officer was brief and profane, a single sentence that left no doubt about American intentions. When his operations officer suggested perhaps a more diplomatic phrasing, Cherry shook his head. "They want an answer." "That's my answer. Send it." The response was delivered to the German officers, who received it, saluted, and returned to their lines. By early afternoon, the deadline had passed and German commanders understood that Combat Command B would not surrender voluntarily. December 23rd, 6 o'clock in the morning. The German artillery barrage that opened the main assault on Bastogne was the most intense fire most American soldiers had ever experienced. Over 100 German guns fired simultaneously, targeting American positions throughout the perimeter with a systematic thoroughness that revealed careful preparation and good intelligence about American deployments. The barrage wasn't random harassment. It was surgical destruction of specific targets: command posts, artillery positions, observation posts, communication centers. And shells screamed out of the darkness and detonated with concussive force that knocked soldiers off their feet, even when they were in covered positions. The sound was overwhelming, a continuous roar that made communication impossible and thought difficult. Soldiers curled in foxholes and bunkers, hands over ears, mouths open to equalize pressure, praying that the next shell wouldn't land directly on their position. The barrage continued for over 2 hours, during which time American defenders could do nothing except endure and hope. When the shelling finally stopped at 8:15 in the morning, the sudden silence was almost as shocking as the noise had been. Soldiers cautiously emerged from cover, checking themselves for injuries, looking around to assess damage. Multiple positions had been destroyed. Communication lines were severed. Some artillery pieces were damaged or destroyed. Casualties were still being counted when reports came in that German infantry was advancing. The German assault on December 23rd targeted the northeast sector of the Bastogne perimeter, where intelligence suggested American defenses were weakest. The assault force consisted of approximately 8,000 troops from SS Panzer Grenadier Regiment, supported by at least 30 tanks and extensive artillery preparation. The Germans advanced in coordinated waves, using terrain and suppressive fire to close with American positions before defenders could establish effective defensive fire. American soldiers in the northeast sector saw German infantry emerging from tree lines and advancing across open ground in numbers that seemed inexhaustible. Machine guns opened fire, cutting down lead elements, but more Germans kept coming. Tank destroyers engaged German armor at maximum range, destroying some vehicles, but unable to stop all of them. Artillery fire missions were called, but ammunition rationing meant fewer shells were available than the situation demanded. The German assault reached American positions at multiple points, and close-quarters combat began in foxholes and buildings throughout the sector. Soldiers fought with rifles, grenades, bayonets, and improvised weapons in desperate struggles that lasted minutes but felt like hours. Private First Class Robert Martinez was positioned in a stone building on the edge of the northeast sector when German infantry reached his position. Martinez and 3 other soldiers had established a defensive position in the building's second floor, as he's with clear fields of fire covering the approach from the northeast. When German artillery preparation destroyed the building's roof and collapsed part of the second floor, Martinez and his companions were temporarily stunned, but survived without serious injury. As they recovered, German infantry was already entering the building's ground floor. Martinez heard German voices below, heard boots on stairs, realized they had seconds before being overrun. He pulled a grenade from his belt, pulled the pin, counted to 2, and threw it down the stairwell. The explosion killed or wounded the Germans on the stairs and bought enough time for Martinez to position himself where he could fire down the stairwell at anyone attempting to advance. For the next 15 minutes, while Martinez and his companions held the stairwell against repeated German attempts to clear the building. They threw grenades, fired rifles, used every piece of ammunition they possessed. When American reinforcements counterattacked and drove German forces back from the immediate area, Martinez and his companions were still holding the building. Martinez had sustained shrapnel wounds to his left arm and shoulder, but was ambulatory and refused evacuation. His ammunition was completely exhausted, having fired every round he had carried, plus rounds scavenged from wounded Germans. His account of the engagement, recorded days later by a military historian, described combat as chaotic, terrifying, and driven by reflexes and training rather than conscious thought. By December 23rd afternoon, the German assault in the northeast sector had been contained but not repelled. German forces had penetrated American defensive lines at several points and were holding positions that threatened to split the American perimeter. Cherry ordered counterattacks using reserve forces that had been held back for exactly this contingency. Tank platoons, infantry companies, and improvised battle groups moved forward and engaged German forces in the fighting that lasted until nightfall. The counterattacks succeeded in pushing German forces back from most penetration points, but the cost was severe. American casualties on December 23rd exceeded 200 killed and wounded, the highest single-day total since the siege began. Tank losses included 8 vehicles destroyed and several more damaged. That artillery ammunition expenditure was approximately double the planned daily rate, consuming reserves that couldn't be replaced. German casualties were estimated at over 500 based on body counts and prisoner interrogations. But the Germans could afford casualties at that rate better than Americans could. The arithmetic was brutal and simple. CCB was being worn down by attrition, and unless relief arrived soon, the mathematics would eventually favor German victory. December 24th, early morning, German infantry attempted another assault, this time targeting the western sector, where American defenses had been weakened by redeployment of forces to defend the northeast. The assault employed flamethrowers, a weapon that American soldiers found particularly terrifying because it turned defensive positions into death traps. Soldiers in foxholes or bunkers that could protect them from bullets and shrapnel became vulnerable to flamethrowers that projected burning fuel through firing ports and ventilation openings. The psychological impact of flamethrowers exceeded their actual tactical effectiveness, creating panic among defenders who abandoned positions that might have been held if different weapons had been employed. American officers responding to the western sector assault had to stabilize their units before they could organize effective defense. The stabilization required officers and sergeants moving forward under fire, physically stopping soldiers who were attempting to retreat, re-establishing defensive positions, and directing fire against German assault forces. The effort succeeded because American leadership at junior levels was generally competent, and because soldiers, once stabilized, were capable of fighting effectively even under extreme stress. By mid-morning, the western sector assault had been repulsed with German forces withdrawing after sustaining heavy casualties from American defensive fire. December 24th, 10 o'clock in the morning. Cherry's command post received a radio message from one of the perimeter defense positions that articulated what everyone was thinking, but nobody wanted to say aloud. "We're running out of ammunition. How long can we hold?" The question was operationally focused. The position commander needed to know whether to continue defending or prepare to withdraw before ammunition was completely exhausted. But the question was also existentially significant because it applied not just to one position, but to Combat Command B as a whole. Ammunition stocks throughout the perimeter were declining toward critical levels. Artillery batteries were firing at reduced rates to conserve shells. Rifle companies were implementing fire discipline that restricted shooting to confirm targets at close range. Tank crews were being ordered to engage only when they could achieve kills rather than firing suppressive rounds. The restrictions were necessary to extend ammunition supplies, but they also reduced combat effectiveness and increased risk to soldiers who couldn't suppress enemy positions with the volume of fire American forces normally employed. Cherry's response to the position commander was honest and stark. "Hold as long as you can with what you have. Relief is coming. I don't know when, but it's coming. Keep fighting." The response wasn't satisfying because it didn't answer the underlying question of how long they could actually hold, but it was the only response Cherry could provide because he genuinely didn't know when relief would arrive. December 24, afternoon. Cherry convened his staff officers for a planning session that he introduced with words nobody wanted to hear. "If help doesn't arrive in 24 to 48 hours, we need to consider a planned breakout." The statement acknowledged what everyone in the room understood but hadn't stated explicitly. Combat Command B was approaching the point where continued defense would become physically impossible. If food supplies were reduced to approximately 1 day at current consumption rates, ammunition supplies for some weapons were below 10% of normal combat loads. Fuel for vehicles was adequate for minimal movement, but insufficient for sustained operations. Casualties accumulated in the aid station, with no prospect of evacuation and limited medical supplies for treatment. The combination of depleted supplies, mounting casualties, and relentless German pressure was creating conditions where the defense could collapse, not from German breakthrough, but from American inability to sustain combat operations. A breakout would be a desperate measure, requiring CCB to abandon defensive positions, fight through German encirclement, and attempt to reach American lines while under attack from all directions. Ney's casualties during a breakout would be severe, possibly approaching 50% or higher, but remaining in Bastogne without supplies might produce equivalent or worse casualties without accomplishing any strategic purpose. Cherry asked his officers to begin planning breakout options, not because he intended to execute them immediately, but because competent command required having options available if circumstances required them. The staff officers worked through the afternoon, developing breakout scenarios. The most promising option involved concentrating maximum combat power on the southern sector where German forces appeared thinnest, attempting to punch through the encirclement and drive south toward friendly lines approximately 20 miles away. All vehicles with fuel would move together, all carrying wounded soldiers and whatever supplies could be salvaged. Infantry would ride on tanks and trucks, dismounting to fight only when necessary. Artillery pieces would be destroyed in place because there wasn't enough fuel to tow them, and they couldn't be abandoned intact for German use. The plan was detailed, practical, and terrible in its implications. Soldiers who couldn't walk due to wounds would have to be left behind with medics and chaplains, becoming prisoners of war when German forces secured Bastogne. Defensive positions that had been held for a week would be abandoned. The mission to hold Bastogne would end in failure, regardless of the courage or competence soldiers had demonstrated. Cherry listened to the briefing, asked clarifying questions, approved the plan for implementation if ordered, and then told his officers that execution was not yet authorized. They would continue defending Bastogne until relief arrived, or until circumstances made continued defense impossible. The planning session ended with everyone understanding that Combat Command B was at its breaking point, that the next 24 to 48 hours would determine whether they survived the siege as a coherent unit or were destroyed in a last desperate attempt to escape encirclement. The wait for relief continued, and with each hour that passed, the possibility of relief arriving before the breaking point was reached grew less certain. December 19th, 1944. Morning. General George S. Patton received notification of the German Ardennes Pulse offensive while his Third Army was engaged in combat operations against German Army Group G in the Saar region, approximately 100 miles south of where the crisis was unfolding. Patton's reaction, documented in his diary and in accounts from staff officers present at the briefing, was immediate and characteristic. While other commanders were struggling to understand the scope of the German attack, Patton saw opportunity. The Germans had concentrated their remaining mobile reserves for the offensive, which meant they were vulnerable elsewhere. If Third Army could disengage from current operations, wheel 90 degrees north, and attack into the southern shoulder of the German penetration, they could relieve pressure on American units being overrun and potentially cut off German spearheads from their supply lines. The maneuver Patton was proposing was unprecedented in modern warfare. Moving an entire army, approximately 250,000 troops with all supporting equipment and supplies, perpendicular to their current operational direction in the middle of winter, would require logistical coordination and staff planning that would challenge the most capable headquarters. Patton's staff officers looked at him with expressions ranging from enthusiasm to doubt. The doubt was reasonable. What Patton was proposing might not be possible within any useful time frame, but Patton was insistent. Third Army would pivot north, they would attack, and they would do it fast enough to matter. December 22nd, 1944. 3 days after learning of the German offensive, Patton met with Supreme Allied Commander General Dwight Eisenhower and other senior American commanders at Verdun to coordinate response to the Ardennes crisis. During the meeting, Eisenhower asked commanders how quickly they could move forces north to counterattack. Patton's response shocked everyone in the room. "I can attack with 3 divisions in 48 hours. Other commanders considered this impossible. Moving one division 100 miles and preparing it for coordinated offensive operations typically required at least a week of planning and logistics preparation. Moving 3 divisions in 48 hours seemed fantastical. but Patton insisted his staff had already completed preliminary planning and that Third Army could execute the movement if authorized immediately. Eisenhower, who understood both the desperate nature of the situation in the Ardennes and Patton's occasionally excessive optimism, authorized the operation with the caveat that Patton should execute as quickly as genuinely possible rather than attempting impossible timeline that would result in disorganized attacks. Patton left the meeting and immediately issued orders to his staff. Third Army would disengage from current operations, pivot north, and attack toward Bastogne, with 4th Armored Division leading the assault. The relief of Bastogne would be Patton's primary objective, and he would commit whatever forces necessary to achieve it. The 4th Armored Division received movement orders on December 22nd afternoon. The division, commanded by Major General Hugh Gaffey, consisted of approximately 15,000 troops, 230 tanks, extensive artillery and supporting elements, and all the logistics infrastructure required to sustain mobile operations. 4th Armored was a veteran unit that had fought across France during the summer and fall of 1944. They were experienced, competent, and confident in their capabilities. But the mission they were receiving tested even veteran units. They would disengage from current positions, move approximately 100 miles north through winter conditions on roads that were crowded with military traffic, reorient from east-facing operations to north-facing operations, or an attack into the southern edge of the German Ardennes offensive with the objective of breaking through to Bastogne. The timeline for completing these tasks was approximately 72 hours, which meant the division would be conducting movement, planning, and combat simultaneously rather than sequentially. Officers briefing subordinate units emphasized the urgency of the mission. While acknowledging the challenges, soldiers would be moving through Christmas. They would be fighting in conditions that favored defense over offense, and they would be engaging German forces that were experienced, well-equipped, and motivated by the knowledge that the Ardennes offensive represented Germany's last chance to avoid complete defeat. Colonel Creighton Abrams commanded the 37th Tank Battalion, one of 4th Armored Division's most capable units and the formation that would spearhead the relief operation. Abrams was a hard-driving officer whose leadership style emphasized aggressive action and acceptance of calculated risk. His battalion consisted of 54 medium Sherman tanks organized into 3 companies plus supporting elements. On December 23rd, Abrams received orders directly from General Gaffey outlining his mission. 37th Tank Battalion would lead 4th Armored's attack north, breaking through German defensive positions that blocked approaches to Bastogne. The attack would be conducted at maximum speed, with minimum regard for flank security or casualties. Abrams understood what this meant. His battalion would be conducting a penetration attack, punching through German lines rather than attempting to clear them systematically. Speed and momentum would be prioritized over careful tactics. Casualties would be accepted as necessary cost of achieving breakthrough. Abrams briefed his company commanders using language that was direct and uncompromising. They would attack fast, hit hard, and keep moving regardless of resistance. Any tank that was damaged but mobile would continue forward. Any tank that was immobilized would be left behind with minimal crew for recovery later. The battalion's objective was Bastogne, and everything else was secondary to reaching that objective before the garrison was overrun. December 26, 1944. At 4th Armored Division's assault toward Bastogne began at dawn with artillery preparation that exceeded anything German defenders in the sector had experienced. Over 200 American guns fired preparation missions targeting identified German positions, supply routes, and communication centers. The barrage lasted 30 minutes and consumed thousands of rounds of ammunition that 3rd Army Logistics had stockpiled specifically for this operation. At 6:30 in the morning, Abrams' 37th Tank Battalion crossed the line of departure and began advancing north. German resistance was immediate and heavy. Wehrmacht units defending the southern approaches to Bastogne understood that American relief columns would come from this direction and had prepared defensive positions accordingly. The anti-tank guns positioned in villages and tree lines engaged American tanks at ranges where they could achieve kills before American return fire was effective. German infantry with Panzerfaust rockets infiltrated close to American columns and engaged tanks from flanking positions. Abrams's battalion took casualties from the first minutes of the advance, but the advance continued. Tanks that were hit and burning were bypassed by following vehicles. Crews that survived disabled tanks joined infantry units and continued fighting. The momentum of the assault was maintained through aggressive leadership, and soldiers understanding that slowing down or stopping would invite complete destruction from German forces that outnumbered them locally. The advance toward Bastogne consumed 3 days of continuous fighting that tested 4th Armored Division's endurance and capabilities. German forces conducted fighting withdrawals, establishing defensive positions, engaging American forces until they were about to be overrun, then withdrawing to prepared positions farther back. The tactic succeeded in slowing American advance and inflicting casualties, but it couldn't stop the momentum Patton had generated. American logistics performed remarkably, keeping fuel and ammunition flowing to frontline units despite winter weather, damaged roads, and German artillery interdiction. Replacement tanks arrived from depot centers and were integrated into battalions within hours rather than days. Wounded soldiers were evacuated and replacements were pushed forward. The American system, for all its inefficiencies and bureaucratic problems, demonstrated a capability for sustained high-tempo operations that the German army could no longer match. By December 25th, 4th Armored Division had advanced approximately 15 miles and was within striking distance of Bastogne. German resistance remained fierce, but German commanders were beginning to realize that they couldn't stop the American relief column without committing forces that were needed elsewhere to maintain the Ardennes offensive. December 26, 2:45 in the afternoon. Leading elements of Abrams' 37th Tank Battalion broke through the final German defensive line south of Bastogne and began advancing directly toward the town. German forces attempted to block the advance with hastily established roadblocks and anti-tank positions, but American momentum was too great. Tanks crashed through roadblocks, overran defensive positions, and continued driving north with single-minded focus on reaching the garrison. At 4:47 in the afternoon, advance elements of the 37th Tank Battalion made contact with American forces from the Bastogne garrison at the village of Ardennes on the southern edge of the perimeter. The link-up was captured on film by combat photographers who had accompanied 4th Armored specifically to document the moment. The footage shows Sherman tanks from the relief column meeting soldiers from Combat Command B, shows men embracing and cheering, shows the visible relief on faces of soldiers who had endured 8 days of siege and had begun to doubt whether relief would arrive. Yet the siege of Bastogne wasn't over. German forces still surrounded much of the perimeter and would continue fighting for days, but the garrison was no longer isolated. Supply convoys could now reach the defenders. Casualties could be evacuated. Reinforcements could arrive. The survival of Combat Command B was no longer in doubt. The cost of 4th Armored Division's relief operation was substantial. From December 23rd through December 26th, the division sustained approximately 800 casualties, including over 150 killed. Tank losses exceeded 80 vehicles destroyed or damaged beyond field repair capabilities. Artillery ammunition expenditure was approximately 40,000 rounds, 10 times the normal daily allocation. Fuel consumption was so high that some units operated on emergency reserves, while supply convoys rushed forward to prevent complete immobilization. German forces facing 4th Armored sustained even heavier losses, estimated at over 1,200 casualties and 120 tanks destroyed. The casualty exchange ratio favored Americans, but the absolute numbers demonstrated that relieving Bastogne required accepting significant losses in exchange for strategic objective. Patton's gamble had succeeded, but success came at a price that would have been unacceptable in less critical circumstances. The relief of Bastogne was celebrated as a triumph of American arms, and rightfully so. But the celebration existed alongside the reality that hundreds of American soldiers had died or been wounded in the three-day assault that made the relief possible. General Patton visited Bastogne on December 28th, 2 days after the relief column broke through. He toured defensive positions, spoke with officers and soldiers who had defended the town, and assessed the condition of forces that had endured the siege. Patton's reaction, recorded in his diary and in accounts from soldiers who witnessed his visit, was respectful of what the defenders had accomplished, but also focused on what came next. The relief of Bastogne didn't end the Ardennes campaign. German forces were still operating in the sector, still threatening American positions, still capable of launching attacks. Yet Patton's intent was to transition from relief to counteroffensive, using Third Army forces to drive German units back and eliminate the Ardennes bulge entirely. The soldiers in Bastogne, who had defended desperately for over a week, would now be expected to transition to offensive operations alongside the relief forces. The transition from defense to offense required different tactics, different psychology, and sustained effort from men who were exhausted and traumatized by what they'd experienced. Patton's confidence that they could make this transition was based on his assessment of American soldiers' resilience and his own aggressive approach to warfare. Yes, whether that confidence was justified would be determined in the coming weeks, as the 10th Armored Division and 4th Armored Division worked together to eliminate the German penetration that had created the Bastogne crisis. December 26, 1944. 5 o'clock in the evening. Lieutenant Colonel Henry Cherry stood in his command post, reading a radio message that had been transmitted 3 times to ensure accuracy because nobody could quite believe what it was reporting. 4th Armored Division had broken through. Relief column had reached the southern perimeter. The siege was broken. Cherry read the message again, showed it to his staff officers, and watched their reactions cycle from disbelief to relief to exhaustion that had been suppressed by necessity and was now suddenly asserting itself. For 8 days, yet a Combat Command B had fought against overwhelming odds with diminishing supplies and mounting casualties, never certain whether relief would arrive before they were overrun or forced to surrender. The uncertainty had been psychologically devastating, even for soldiers who maintained external composure. Now the uncertainty was resolved. They had held. Relief had arrived. They would survive. Cherry drafted a response message acknowledging receipt of the information and requesting immediate priorities for resupply, ammunition, medical supplies, food, then sat down heavily in a chair and allowed himself for the first time in over a week to feel something other than the relentless pressure of command responsibility. The feeling lasted approximately 30 seconds before duty reasserted itself, and he returned to the work of coordinating with relief forces and planning for operations beyond the siege. The reaction among soldiers throughout the Bastogne perimeter varied based on personality, experience during the siege, and physical condition. Some soldiers celebrated openly, cheering and embracing colleagues, releasing tension that had accumulated over 8 days of combat and deprivation. Others reacted with quiet relief, nodding acknowledgement of the news, but remaining in their positions because training and discipline required vigilance regardless of circumstances. Still others showed minimal reaction, too exhausted or traumatized to process what the relief meant beyond the immediate understanding that they wouldn't die today. All officers and sergeants moved through positions observing soldiers' reactions, identifying individuals who were showing signs of stress that required attention, and beginning the process of transitioning from siege warfare to coordinated operations with relief forces. The transition wasn't automatic or simple. Soldiers who had been focused on survival and holding fixed positions needed to shift mentally to offensive operations that would require different tactics and different psychology. The shift would take time, and some soldiers would make it more successfully than others. December 26, evening. The first resupply convoy from 4th Armored Division reached Bastogne, carrying the supplies that would transform Combat Command B from a besieged garrison operating on emergency reserves to a functional combat unit. Ammunition arrived in quantities that allowed artillery batteries to resume normal firing schedules and infantry units to rebuild depleted stocks. Medical supplies included plasma, morphine, surgical equipment, and general supplies that the aid station had exhausted days earlier. Food supplies were substantial enough that rations could be increased from the starvation-level allocations that had characterized the siege. Fuel arrived in quantities sufficient to fill vehicle tanks and establish reserves for sustained operations. The logistics officers supervising the unloading worked with methodical efficiency, prioritizing distribution to units that needed resupply most urgently, and establishing stockpiles that would support operations in coming days. Soldiers watching the supplies arrive reacted with visible relief. The arrival of food, ammunition, and medical supplies was tangible proof that they were no longer isolated, that the American logistics system was functioning on their behalf, that they had rejoined the larger army rather than fighting as an abandoned garrison. The condition of soldiers after 8 days of siege varied, but was generally poor enough to concern medical personnel and commanders. Malnutrition was evident in soldiers who had lost noticeable weight on reduced rations. Cold injuries, including frostbite and trench foot, affected approximately 150 soldiers severely enough to require evacuation. Combat stress was visible in soldiers who showed exaggerated startle responses, difficulty sleeping, reduced attention to personal hygiene, or withdrawn affect. Physical exhaustion was universal, with soldiers having operated on minimal sleep for over a week, while conducting combat operations under conditions that were physiologically draining. Medical personnel established triage procedures to identify soldiers who required immediate evacuation versus those who could remain with their units after treatment. The evacuation category included soldiers with serious wounds that couldn't be treated in field conditions, soldiers with severe cold injuries that threatened permanent disability, and soldiers showing psychological breakdown that made them non-functional for military purposes. The treatment category included soldiers with minor wounds, moderate cold injuries that would respond to rest and warming, and stress reactions that would improve with sleep, food, and reduced immediate danger. The sorting process continued through December 27th, as medical personnel worked to stabilize the garrison's health situation. December 27th dawn. Orders arrived from 8th Corps directing Combat Command B to consolidate with 4th Armored Division forces and prepare to resume offensive operations. The orders acknowledged that CCB had sustained significant casualties and depleted supplies during the siege, but operational necessity required them to transition to offense as quickly as possible. German forces surrounding Bastogne were still combat effective and posed continuing threat. American strategy required eliminating German forces in the salient and restoring defensive lines to pre-offensive positions. Combat Command B, despite their depleted condition, would participate in this effort alongside 4th Armored and other 3rd Army units. Cherry received the orders with mixed emotions. His soldiers had just survived an ordeal that would have broken many units. They deserved rest, recovery time to integrate replacements, and opportunity to process what they had experienced. Instead, they were being ordered back into combat within 24 hours of relief. Cherry understood the operational necessity. The German offensive was still active and required immediate response, but he also understood the human cost of asking exhausted soldiers to continue fighting without pause. He briefed his officers on the new mission and directed them to prepare their units for offensive operations, while being alert for soldiers who were too damaged physically or psychologically to continue without rest. In December 28, afternoon, American tanks from Combat Command B and 4th Armored Division formed extended columns and began advancing northeast from Bastogne, pushing against German defensive positions that had been established during the siege. The German response demonstrated that Wehrmacht forces, despite having failed to capture Bastogne, retained significant combat capability. German anti-tank guns and armor engaged American columns from prepared positions, forcing American tanks to deploy and fight rather than advancing rapidly through undefended terrain. The fighting continued throughout the afternoon, with American forces gradually pushing German defenders back, but at cost measured in destroyed vehicles and casualties that depleted units already weakened by the siege. By evening, American forces had advanced approximately 3 miles and had driven German forces from positions that directly threatened Bastogne, but the advance had been contested at every stage. Officers coordinating the attack noted that Combat Command B's performance was adequate but noticeably degraded compared to 4th Armored units that hadn't endured the siege. CCB's soldiers were fighting effectively but showed fatigue and reduced aggressiveness that reflected their physical and psychological condition. The observation wasn't criticism, but tactical assessment that informed planning for subsequent operations. The psychological transformation from besieged garrison to offensive force was incomplete and uneven across Combat Command B. Some soldiers transitioned successfully, at channeling their relief at survival into aggressive action against German forces that had besieged them. These soldiers fought with intensity that reflected both tactical competence and desire for revenge against an enemy that had tried to kill them for 8 days. Other soldiers struggled with the transition, showing hesitation and reduced effectiveness that suggested they were still processing the siege experience and hadn't fully shifted to offensive mindset. Officers addressed this unevenness through leadership that emphasized mission focus while acknowledging the difficulty of what soldiers had endured. The approach worked for most soldiers, but revealed that some needed more recovery time than operational circumstances allowed. These soldiers would continue functioning because military necessity required it, and because their training and discipline overrode their exhaustion. But their effectiveness was compromised in ways that would take weeks to fully resolve. December 29 through December 30. Combined operations by Combat Command B, 4th Armored Division, and other 3rd Army units gradually expanded the corridor, connecting Bastogne to American lines, pushing German forces back and securing terrain that had been contested during the siege. The operations followed patterns established during the summer campaigns in France. American forces advanced with combined arms teams of tanks, infantry, and artillery support. German forces conducted fighting withdrawals, at defending prepared positions until threatened with encirclement, then falling back to subsequent positions. American logistics maintained supply flow that enabled sustained operations, while German logistics struggled to support forces that were increasingly isolated from supply sources. The pattern favored Americans, but German resistance meant that advances were measured in miles per day, rather than the tens of miles per day that characterize mobile warfare under ideal conditions. By December 30, the immediate threat to Bastogne had been eliminated, and American forces controlled sufficient terrain around the town that it could function as a supply hub rather than a besieged garrison. The siege was officially over. The Ardennes campaign would continue for weeks, but Bastogne's critical phase had ended. The relief of Bastogne was celebrated in American media and military communications as a significant victory demonstrating American resilience and capability. The celebrations were deserved, but existed alongside realities that were less celebratory. Combat Command B had sustained over 600 casualties during the siege, including approximately 120 killed, 350 wounded, and 130 missing or captured. Tank losses exceeded 30 vehicles destroyed beyond repair. The unit's combat effectiveness had been degraded to approximately 60% of pre-siege capability and would require weeks of rest and replacement integration to restore to full strength. 4th Armored Division had sustained 800 casualties breaking through to Bastogne and required similar recovery time. As German forces in the sector had sustained over 1,200 casualties and lost 120 tanks, demonstrating that they had been defeated tactically even though they remained combat effective strategically. The cost-benefit analysis of the Bastogne operation was favorable to Americans, Holding the town denied Germans a critical road junction and forced them to divert forces from other sectors, but the cost was substantial enough that celebrating victory required acknowledging what victory had cost. The men who defended Bastogne deserved recognition for what they had accomplished, but they also deserved honesty about what they had sacrificed to accomplish it. December the 28th, 1944. Morning. General William Morris received confirmation that all three of his combat commands were within radio communication range for the first time since December 18th. Combat Command B had been relieved in Bastogne. Combat Command A had consolidated positions south of Bastogne after fighting independently for 10 days. Combat Command Reserve had operated under 8th Corps control in Luxembourg sector and was now being released back to divisional control. Morris stood over his situation map, looking at the symbols representing his scattered units and calculating what it would take to reunite them into a functioning division. The physical distances weren't enormous. His commands were spread across approximately 40 miles of front, but the operational challenges were substantial. Each command had been fighting separate battles under different tactical conditions. Each had sustained casualties, equipment losses, and consumption of supplies that had occurred independently without divisional coordination. Each had developed operating procedures and tactical approaches based on their specific situations rather than unified divisional doctrine. Morris would need to bring these separate elements together, establish unified command relationships, rebuild coordination that had been severed by 10 days of independent operations, and prepare the division for offensive operations that would require integrated effort rather than fragmented response. And yet the task was achievable but would require several days of careful staff work and strong leadership from commanders who were themselves exhausted from 10 days of continuous operations. December 28th afternoon. Morris conducted his first unified division briefing since December 18th, gathering commanders and staff officers from all three combat commands at his headquarters. The meeting served multiple purposes beyond tactical coordination. It allowed commanders who had been fighting separate battles to share experiences, compare notes about what had worked and what hadn't, and begin rebuilding relationships that had been attenuated by 10 days without face-to-face contact. Lieutenant Colonel Cherry briefed on Combat Command B's operations in Bastogne, providing detailed account of the siege, including defensive preparations, German assaults, supply situation, and relief operations. Colonel Blanchard briefed on Combat Command A's scattered defense across 30 miles of front, describing engagements with German forces, casualties sustained, and tactical lessons learned from fighting outnumbered against experienced enemy. The commander of Combat Command Reserve briefed on his unit's operations in Luxembourg sector, which had been less intense than CCB or CCA's experiences, but had still involved combat against German probing attacks. Morris listened to each briefing without interruption, asked clarifying questions, and began assembling a comprehensive picture of what his division had accomplished and what condition it was in. The casualty reports from all three commands painted a stark picture of the division's condition. At Combat Command B, 600 casualties including 120 killed. Combat Command A, 150 casualties including 30 killed. Combat Command Reserve, 80 casualties including 15 killed. Total divisional casualties 830, approximately 6% of the division's strength. Tank losses across all commands, 80 vehicles destroyed or damaged beyond field repair, approximately 30% of the division's armor strength. Artillery pieces lost, 15 guns, primarily from Combat Command B during the Bastogne siege. The casualty figures didn't include soldiers who were combat ineffective due to cold injuries, combat fatigue, or minor wounds that didn't require evacuation but did reduce combat effectiveness. When Morris factored in these additional degradations, he estimated his division was operating at approximately 65 to 70% of full combat effectiveness. The division could still fight, soldiers were present, equipment was functional, Leadership was intact, but it couldn't sustain high-intensity operations indefinitely without rest and replacement of losses. Morris would need to balance operational requirements from higher headquarters against his division's actual capability, and be prepared to advocate for his soldiers when orders exceeded what they could reasonably accomplish. December 29, early morning. Orders arrived from 3rd Army directing the 10th Armored Division to attack northeast toward the towns of Villers-le-Bon-Yeau and Remoisville, objectives that would expand the corridor into Bastogne and push German forces further from the town. The attack would be coordinated with 4th Armored Division and other 3rd Army units as part of larger offensive designed to eliminate the Ardennes salient. Combat Command B would conduct the main effort, advancing directly toward the objectives with tank and infantry teams. Combat Command A would protect CCB's left flank, preventing German forces from launching counterattacks into the American advance. Combat Command Reserve would constitute divisional reserve, prepared to reinforce either command or exploit success if breakthrough occurred. Morris reviewed the orders with his operations officer and made adjustments based on his assessment of unit capabilities. Combat Command B, despite having been relieved, was still depleted from the siege and wouldn't be given missions that required sustained high-tempo operations. Yet Combat Command A, which had avoided the worst of the Bastogne fighting, would be assigned more demanding missions because they were in better condition. The adjustments represented Morris exercising command judgment to protect his soldiers while still accomplishing assigned missions. Higher headquarters might not approve of commanders modifying orders based on unit condition, but Morris was willing to accept criticism in exchange for reducing unnecessary casualties among soldiers who had already sacrificed significantly. December 29, dawn. The 10th Armored Division's coordinated attack began with artillery preparation that was modest by comparison to larger operations, but represented significant commitment of ammunition that the division had carefully stockpiled. Artillery batteries fired preparation missions targeting identified German positions, then shifted to support by fire missions that would assist advancing infantry and armor. Combat Command B crossed the line of departure at 7 o'clock in the morning, advancing in company-sized teams with tanks leading and infantry following in vehicles or on foot depending on terrain. German resistance was immediate but less intense than resistance encountered during earlier phases of the campaign. Wehrmacht forces were conducting fighting withdrawals rather than defending fixed positions, suggesting their orders emphasized delay rather than holding terrain at all costs. American advances encountered obstacles, destroyed bridges, roadblocks, minefields that slowed progress but didn't stop it. By afternoon, the lead elements of Combat Command B had advanced approximately 4 miles and were approaching their initial objectives. Casualties were moderate, approximately 40 wounded with minimal killed, and equipment losses were light. The operation was proceeding successfully, demonstrating that the 10th Armored Division, despite its depleted condition, retained capability for offensive operations. December the 30th, afternoon. Combat Command B and Combat Command A executed a coordinated assault that demonstrated restored divisional coordination. CCB attacked German positions from the south, while CCA attacked from the southeast, creating a converging assault that forced German defenders to divide their forces and ultimately withdraw to avoid encirclement. The coordination required precise timing, effective communication, and trust between commanders that they would execute their portions of the plan competently. All 3 elements functioned despite the fact that the commands hadn't operated together for nearly 2 weeks. The success reflected quality of leadership at multiple levels: division staff that planned the operation, combat command staff that refined plans and issued orders, company and platoon leaders who executed plans on the ground. By evening on December 30th, American forces had advanced approximately 10 miles from their starting positions, captured over 200 German prisoners, destroyed or captured significant equipment, including 15 tanks, and inflicted estimated casualties of 300 to 400 on German forces. American casualties were approximately 80 wounded and 15 killed. all casualty exchange ratio of approximately 5-1 in American favor. The operation demonstrated what the 10th Armored Division could accomplish when operating as unified force rather than fragmented commands fighting separate battles. The psychological impact of reunification varied among soldiers depending on their experiences during the period of fragmentation. Soldiers from Combat Command B, who had endured the Bastogne siege, felt pride in what they had accomplished, but also resentment that their ordeal had been more severe than what soldiers in other commands experienced. Soldiers from Combat Command A felt underappreciated, having fought continuous engagements against superior German forces without receiving the attention that Bastogne garnered. Soldiers from Combat Command Reserve felt guilty that their experiences had been less intense, as if they hadn't contributed equally to division's operations. Officers worked to address these varied reactions through leadership that acknowledged differences in experience while emphasizing that all three commands had contributed to division's success. The effort was partially successful, creating functional cohesion even if perfect unity of experience and perspective wasn't achievable. Soldiers understood they were part of the same division, had fought the same enemy, and would continue fighting together in operations ahead. That understanding was sufficient foundation for effective military operations, even if it didn't eliminate all tensions created by different experiences during fragmentation. The logistics situation improved dramatically once the division reunified. Supply officers could coordinate requirements across all commands, rather than managing three separate supply chains with three separate priorities. Ammunition that had been stockpiled for Combat Command Reserve but not needed could be redistributed to Combat Command B that had nearly exhausted stocks during the siege. Spare parts for vehicles could be shared between commands rather than each command hoarding parts for potential future needs. Maintenance personnel could be shifted from commands with light workloads to commands with heavy workloads, improving overall division and maintenance capacity. Medical personnel and supplies could be redistributed based on actual casualty patterns rather than predicted patterns that might not match reality. The efficiency gains were substantial, improving the division's capability to sustain operations and reducing waste that had occurred when each command operated independently. The improvements weren't dramatic or newsworthy, but they mattered significantly to soldiers whose effectiveness depended on having functioning equipment, adequate ammunition, and medical support when needed. December 31st, 1944. The 10th Armored Division completed 10 days of continuous operations that had transformed it from an untested unit arriving in Europe to a combat-experienced division with proven capability for sustained operations under adverse conditions. The transformation came at substantial cost. Over 800 casualties, significant equipment losses, and physical and psychological toll on soldiers who would carry effects of these experiences for the remainder of their lives. But the division had demonstrated that American training, leadership, and logistics could enable even inexperienced units to fight effectively against veteran German forces when properly employed. Morris reviewed after-action reports from subordinate commands and compiled division-level assessment that would be forwarded to 8th Corps and 3rd Army headquarters. The assessment was honest about problems encountered, initial intelligence failures, communication difficulties during fragmentation, supply shortfalls during critical phases. But it was also confident about the division's future capability. The 10th Armored had proven itself in combat. It had held against overwhelming odds at Bastogne. It had fought effectively when scattered across 30 miles of front. It had reunified and executed coordinated offensive operations. The division was no longer untested. It was no longer the unit that wasn't ready. It had become, through fire and hardship, what training alone could never make it. A competent combat division capable of accomplishing whatever missions it would be assigned in the months remaining before Germany's final defeat. December 26, 1944. Morning. Supreme Headquarters. Allied Expeditionary Force in Versailles received confirmation that the relief column had reached Bastogne and broken the siege. General Dwight Eisenhower, who had spent the previous week managing the most serious crisis American forces had faced in Europe, allowed himself a moment of cautious optimism. The relief of Bastogne didn't end the Ardennes offensive. German forces were still operating throughout the salient, still threatening American positions, still capable of local attacks. But it represented a turning point, a shift from defensive crisis management to offensive operations that would eliminate the German penetration. Eisenhower convened his senior staff and directed them to begin planning for comprehensive counteroffensive that would not merely contain the German advance, but would destroy the forces Germany had committed to the operation. The planning would take days, the execution would take weeks, but the strategic direction was clear. The Allies had absorbed Germany's best punch. Now they would demonstrate what happened when American industrial capacity and manpower reserves were directed toward destroying an enemy that had exhausted its strategic reserves on a gamble that failed. The Battle of the Bulge, as it would come to be known, wasn't over, but its outcome was no longer in doubt. The strategic significance of Bastogne extended beyond the immediate tactical situation. The town sat at the intersection of 7 roads that German forces needed for their advance toward the Meuse River. By holding Bastogne, American defenders forced German columns to divert north or south around the town, adding miles to their routes and consuming fuel that German logistics couldn't replace. The diversion fragmented German forces that should have been concentrated for breakthrough operations. It's creating dispersed columns that were vulnerable to American counterattacks. German planning had assumed Bastogne would fall within 24 to 48 hours, either through American withdrawal or through overwhelming assault. The failure to capture Bastogne within that timeline created cascading problems throughout the German operational plan. Panzer divisions that should have been driving west toward the Meuse were instead engaged in siege operations or diverted around Bastogne on secondary roads. Supply columns that should have been moving freely were forced onto congested routes where they became targets for American aircraft once weather cleared. The operational tempo that German success depended on was lost, and with it, the possibility of achieving strategic objectives before American reinforcements arrived. Intelligence assessments compiled during the final week of December painted a picture of German offensive capabilities that was dramatically different from assessments made on December 16th when the offensive began. Initial estimates had suggested Germany retained significant operational reserves that could sustain offensive operations for weeks or potentially months. By December 26th, revised estimates indicated that Germany had committed essentially all mobile reserves to the Ardennes offensive and had no strategic reserves available for follow-on operations. German ammunition stockpiles, carefully accumulated over months, had been consumed at rates that exceeded planned expenditure because operations had required more artillery support than planners anticipated. German fuel situation was critical, and with panzer divisions operating on emergency reserves and some units immobilized because they lacked fuel for movement. Most significantly, German casualty rates during the offensive's first 10 days totaled approximately 100,000 killed, wounded, and missing, losses that Germany couldn't replace from available manpower pools. The intelligence picture revealed an enemy that had gambled everything on achieving breakthrough and was now facing strategic bankruptcy because the gamble had failed. German commanders in the field were reaching similar conclusions independently based on what they were observing directly. 5th Panzer Army Commander Hasso von Manteuffel submitted situation reports to higher headquarters during the last week of December that became progressively more pessimistic about German prospects. Manteuffel noted that American resistance had stiffened throughout his sector, that American reinforcements were arriving faster than German intelligence had predicted, that German logistics were failing to maintain supply flow necessary for sustained operations. Most significantly, Manteuffel reported that the operational window for German success had closed. Even if German forces somehow broke through American defenses and reached the Meuse River, they lacked the fuel to continue to Antwerp and lacked the strength to hold any gains against inevitable American counterattacks. Manteuffel's reports were factual military assessments rather than defeatist propaganda, but they reached conclusions that contradicted Hitler's insistence that the offensive continue. SE senior Wehrmacht commanders, who understood the reality, faced impossible choice between reporting accurate assessments that would anger Hitler or reporting optimistic assessments that didn't reflect actual conditions. Most chose compromise, reporting problems, while suggesting that with additional resources, the offensive could still succeed. The compromise satisfied neither truth nor political requirements, and resulted in continued operations that consumed irreplaceable German resources without prospect of achieving strategic objectives. December 30th, 1944. Adolf Hitler's headquarters in Berlin received comprehensive briefings on the Ardennes offensive status. The briefings included situation maps showing German penetration into Belgium, casualty figures for both sides, logistics assessments, and projections of future operations. Hitler studied the materials and reached conclusions that horrified his military staff. He ordered continued offensive operations with emphasis on capturing Bastogne and resuming drive toward Meuse River. Senior officers attempted to explain that the resources required for these operations weren't available, that American strength was building faster than German strength was deteriorating, that continuing the offensive would only compound losses without achieving anything strategically useful. Hitler dismissed the concerns and insisted that willpower and determination would overcome material disadvantages. The meeting ended with orders being issued for continued attacks, despite professional military opinion that the attacks would fail. German commanders left the briefing understanding that they would be required to execute operations they believed were militarily unsound, accepting casualties for no strategic purpose except satisfying Hitler's refusal to acknowledge that the Ardennes offensive had failed. The American reinforcement and supply response to the German offensive demonstrated capabilities that exceeded what German planners had believed possible. Within 10 days of the offensive beginning, American forces had moved over 250,000 additional troops into the Ardennes sector, roughly equal to the entire German attacking force. American logistics had delivered over 1 million tons of supplies, including ammunition, fuel, food, and winter equipment, to units operating in conditions that should have strained supply networks to breaking point. And American air forces, once weather cleared sufficiently to allow operations, flew thousands of sorties providing close air support, interdicting German supply routes, and delivering supplies to isolated American units. The American response wasn't perfect. There were delays, shortages in specific items, coordination problems between different commands, but it was adequate to reverse German momentum and establish conditions for American counteroffensive. German planners had assumed American response would be slower, less comprehensive, and more vulnerable to disruption than what actually occurred. The assumption was based on German experience with their own logistics and on underestimation of American industrial capacity and organizational efficiency. The reality proved their assumptions catastrophically wrong. By January 1st, 1945, the strategic balance in the Ardennes had shifted decisively in American favor. German forces that had advanced up to 60 miles into Belgium during the offensive's first week were now being pushed back systematically by American counterattacks. The German salient, which at its maximum extent resembled a bulge pushing into Allied lines and gave the battle its popular name, was being compressed from north and south by converging American attacks. German units that had been attacking were now defending, consuming ammunition and fuel at unsustainable rates while receiving inadequate resupply. American units that had been defending were now attacking, supported by artillery and air power that German forces couldn't match. The operational momentum had reversed completely. And both sides understood that the question was no longer whether German offensive would succeed, but how much damage American counteroffensive would inflict on German forces before they could withdraw to defensible positions along German border. The turning point had multiple causes: American resistance at Bastogne and other locations, Patton's relief operation, weather clearing that allowed air operations, German logistics failures, But the effect was singular and decisive. Germany's last offensive had failed, and with it, Germany's last possibility of avoiding total defeat. The counterfactual question of what would have happened if Bastogne had fallen occupied Allied intelligence analysts throughout January as they attempted to understand how close German offensive had come to achieving breakthrough. The analysis produced range of estimates depending on assumptions about how quickly Germans could have exploited Bastogne's capture and how effectively American forces could have responded. The most optimistic estimates suggested Bastogne's fall would have allowed German forces to advance another 20 to 30 miles toward Meuse River before American reinforcements contained them, delaying Allied offensive operations by approximately 6 to 8 weeks. The most pessimistic estimates suggested German capture of Bastogne could have enabled breakthrough to Meuse River and potential splitting of Allied armies, prolonging war in Europe by 3 to 6 months, and requiring additional operations to restore Allied positions. The truth probably lay between extremes, but even conservative estimates suggested that holding Bastogne was strategically significant beyond its immediate tactical importance. The 10th Armored Division and other American units that defended Bastogne hadn't just saved themselves. They had preserved Allied strategic position and prevented outcomes that would have been costly even if ultimately unsuccessful for German forces. The human cost of the Ardennes offensive was staggering for both sides and continued mounting throughout January as American counteroffensive pushed German forces back. American casualties from December 16th through end of January totaled approximately 75,000, including 19,000 killed, over 45,000 wounded, and approximately 10,000 captured or missing. And German casualties totaled over 100,000, including estimated 30,000 killed, approximately 50,000 wounded, and over 20,000 captured. Civilian casualties in Belgium and Luxembourg, caught between fighting armies, were estimated at 3,000 killed and tens of thousands displaced from homes destroyed in combat. The material losses were equally substantial. Germany lost approximately 1,400 tanks and assault guns during the campaign, roughly equivalent to the entire force committed to the offensive. America lost approximately 700 tanks, but could replace losses within weeks from production that Germany couldn't match. The disparity in replacement capability meant that American forces emerged from the campaign weakened temporarily, but with strength recovering rapidly, while German forces emerged permanently depleted with no prospect of restoration. The Ardennes offensive, intended to reverse Germany's strategic position, instead accelerated Germany's collapse by consuming irreplaceable resources that might have been used to delay Allied advance for additional months. The 10th Armored Division's specific contribution to Bastogne's defense was significant, but not exclusive. Combat Command B constituted approximately 2,100 of the roughly 12,000 American troops that defended Bastogne during the siege. Other units included elements of the 101st Airborne Division, various Corps and Army units that were in Bastogne when encirclement occurred, and miscellaneous support elements that became infantry defenders by necessity. The combined defense was collaborative rather than the product of any single unit's effort, but Combat Command B's arrival on December 19th and their establishment of initial defensive positions was crucial to creating the defensive framework that subsequent units built upon. If CCB hadn't reached Bastogne before German forces completed encirclement, it's questionable whether the scattered American units already in town could have organized effective defense. The 10th Armored Division's contribution was holding the town during critical first days when defense was being organized, providing the armored capability that allowed American forces to engage German tanks effectively, and maintaining defensive cohesion during German assaults that tested American lines to breaking point. The division's role deserved recognition not as sole defenders of Bastogne, but as essential component of combined defense that succeeded where failure would have had strategic consequences. January 2nd, 1945, morning. General William Morris addressed his assembled division with words that captured both the accomplishment of what they had survived and the reality of what lay ahead. "We've proven what we can do. Now we finish it." The 10th Armored Division had been in continuous combat for over 2 weeks, had sustained significant casualties, and had earned respite that wouldn't be provided because operational necessity required their continued participation in operations designed to eliminate the German Ardennes salient. Morris understood his soldiers were exhausted, that some units were operating at barely 60% strength, that equipment was worn, and maintenance was struggling to keep vehicles operational. But Third Army's counteroffensive required every available unit, and the 10th Armored would participate regardless of their depleted condition. The division's mission for January was straightforward: advance northeast as part of coordinated Third Army offensive, engage and destroy German forces encountered, seize terrain that would allow American forces to compress the German salient from the south. The mission was clear, even if its execution would be grueling for soldiers who had already endured experiences that would haunt them permanently. The January offensive began with artillery preparation that exceeded anything the Ardennes had witnessed during the German attack phase, and Third Army had assembled over 800 artillery pieces in the sector, assigned to 10th Armored Division and adjacent units. The guns fired preparation missions for 30 minutes, beginning at 6 in the morning on January 3rd, delivering approximately 40,000 rounds onto identified German positions, supply routes, and communication centers. The barrage was designed to destroy German defensive positions, suppress German artillery that might interfere with American advance, and demonstrate to German defenders that American firepower exceeded anything they could match. Soldiers from the 10th Armored Division, watching the barrage from assembly areas near the line of departure, described the display as simultaneously impressive and horrifying. The sound was continuous thunder that made conversation impossible. The visual display of explosions was overwhelming even at distances of several miles. The psychological message was unmistakable. American forces possessed resources that Germany couldn't match, and were prepared to use those resources without restraint to achieve victory. When the barrage ended and infantry and armor crossed the line of departure at 6:30, German defenders they encountered were shell-shocked, disoriented, and in some cases completely demoralized by the experience. January 3 through January 7. The 10th Armored Division advanced approximately 40 miles in 5 days of sustained offensive operations that demonstrated how completely operational momentum had shifted from German to American forces. German resistance during this phase was determined but ultimately ineffective. Wehrmacht units established defensive positions, engaged advancing American forces, inflicted casualties, but couldn't stop American advance or prevent their own positions from being overrun when American firepower was concentrated against them. The pattern repeated across the division's sector. American reconnaissance would identify German positions. American artillery would bombard those positions. American armor and infantry would assault under cover of artillery. German forces would withdraw to subsequent positions to avoid encirclement. The tactics worked for Germans in the sense that they avoided complete destruction, but they failed strategically because they yielded terrain systematically while consuming German resources at unsustainable rates. By January 7th, the 10th Armored Division had advanced from positions south of Bastogne to positions approaching the Belgian-Luxembourg border, pushing German forces back toward defensive lines they had held before the December offensive began. Combat engagements during the January offensive differed qualitatively from engagements during the December defensive phase. In December, American forces had fought from prepared positions against German attacks, using defensive advantages to offset numerical inferiority. In January, American forces were attacking against German defensive positions, which placed them at tactical disadvantage but gave them operational advantages of initiative and momentum. The shift required different tactics and different psychology from soldiers who had spent weeks focusing on survival in defensive positions. As attacking meant exposing themselves to German fire, advancing across open ground toward enemy positions, accepting casualties as necessary, cost of seizing objectives. Some soldiers adapted to offensive operations naturally, channeling their defensive experience into aggressive action against an enemy they had learned to fight effectively. Other soldiers struggled with the transition, showing hesitation or reduced effectiveness that reflected their preference for defensive fighting, where risks were more predictable and controllable. Officers managed the uneven adaptation through leadership that emphasized mission requirements while acknowledging difficulty of what soldiers were being asked to do. January 7th afternoon. The 10th Armored Division engaged elements of 1st SS Panzer Division that were attempting to hold defensive line protecting German withdrawal routes. The engagement demonstrated that German forces, despite their deteriorating situation, remained dangerous when defending favorable terrain with adequate resources. The SS Panzer Division had established positions on ridgeline overlooking American approach routes, with tanks and anti-tank guns positioned to engage American armor at ranges where they possessed advantage. American forces attempting to advance across open ground toward the ridge came under intense fire that destroyed multiple tanks and forced infantry to take cover. The attack stalled for several hours while American commanders worked to coordinate artillery support, identify German positions precisely, and develop assault plan that would minimize American casualties while achieving breakthrough. The solution involved combined arms assault with artillery, suppressing German positions, while tanks provided covering fire for infantry, who maneuvered close enough to engage German positions with direct fire weapons. The tactics succeeded in taking the ridge by evening, but American casualties totaled approximately 80, including 15 killed, and tank losses included 7 vehicles destroyed. German casualties were estimated at over 150, with 20 vehicles destroyed, demonstrating that even in defeat, German forces could inflict significant damage on attackers. The logistics of sustaining offensive operations in January challenged Third Army's supply system, despite American advantages in transportation and industrial production. The 10th Armored Division, advancing 40 miles in 5 days, consumed enormous quantities of fuel, ammunition, and spare parts that had to be delivered continuously to maintain operational tempo. Division logistics officers coordinated with Corps and Army supply organizations to ensure trucks carrying supplies could reach forward units, despite road conditions that were deteriorating as traffic and combat damaged infrastructure. Fuel consumption averaged approximately 50,000 gallons per day for the division, requiring approximately 15 fuel trucks daily just to maintain current operations without building reserves. Ammunition consumption varied based on intensity of combat, but averaged approximately 200 tons per day, including tank main gun rounds, artillery shells, small arms ammunition, and grenades. Spare parts consumption was high because vehicles were being operated continuously under harsh conditions that accelerated mechanical wear. Maintenance personnel worked around the clock, repairing damaged vehicles, replacing worn components, and improvising solutions when proper replacement parts weren't available. The logistics effort was largely invisible to soldiers focused on combat operations, but it was essential to sustaining offensive that would have stopped within days if supply flow had been disrupted. January 10th, morning. The 10th Armored Division crossed into terrain they had held before the German offensive began, or marking symbolic return to pre-offensive positions. The crossing meant little tactically. The division would continue advancing beyond these positions as American counteroffensive pushed German forces eastward, but psychologically, it represented completion of first phase of response to German attack. Territory lost in December had been recaptured in January. German offensive that had threatened to split Allied armies had been contained, reversed, and was being systematically eliminated through American counterattacks. Soldiers crossing into previously held terrain reacted with mixture of satisfaction and somber recognition of what the restoration had cost. Over 800 American soldiers from the 10th Armored Division alone had been killed or wounded during operations from December 18th through January 10th. And thousands more from other units had been casualties in the same sector. The terrain being recrossed was purchased with American lives, and the soldiers who survived understood that the price had been high, even though the outcome was successful. January 12, evening. General Morris received orders from 3rd Army directing the 10th Armored Division to consolidate current positions and prepare for subsequent operations aimed at eliminating remaining German forces in the Ardennes salient and preparing for eventual Allied advance into Germany. The orders acknowledged implicitly that the immediate crisis phase of the Ardennes campaign was ending and that operations were transitioning to methodical reduction of German defenses rather than emergency response to German offensive. Morris used the consolidation period to address divisions' accumulated maintenance requirements, integrate replacement soldiers who had been arriving throughout January, and provide brief rest periods for units that had been in continuous combat for nearly 4 weeks. The consolidation wasn't extended leave or return to garrison conditions. Soldiers remained in forward positions under combat conditions. But it reduced operational tempo enough that maintenance could catch up, training could be conducted for new soldiers, and exhausted men could sleep more than a few hours at a time. The brief respite was appreciated by everyone in the division, even as they understood that it was temporary and that offensive operations would resume within days. Casualty statistics for the 10th Armored Division's January operations revealed the sustained cost of offensive warfare even when operations were successful. From January 2nd through January 12th, the division sustained approximately 300 casualties, including 60 killed, 200 wounded, and 40 missing. The casualty rate was lower than December's rate because January operations involved American forces attacking from positions of strength rather than defending desperately against overwhelming odds, but the absolute numbers demonstrated that sustained combat operations produced steady attrition regardless of tactical circumstances. German casualties inflicted by the division during the same period totaled approximately 800, including casualties from direct combat and prisoners captured when German positions were overrun. The casualty exchange ratio favored Americans significantly, but the ratio was achieved through superior firepower and logistics rather than through tactical superiority at the point of contact. German soldiers fought effectively when they had ammunition and support, but they increasingly lacked both as German logistics collapsed under pressure of Allied air attacks and exhaustion of stockpiles accumulated before the offensive began. Tank strength for the 10th Armored Division fluctuated throughout January, as losses were replaced by new vehicles arriving from depot centers and damaged vehicles were returned to service after repair. The division began January with approximately 120 operational tanks, after having received some replacements for December losses. During January operations, the division lost 30 additional tanks to combat damage, but received 40 replacement tanks and returned 20 previously damaged tanks to service after repair, ending January with approximately 150 operational tanks. The fluctuation demonstrated both the intensity of combat operations and the effectiveness of American logistics at maintaining unit strength, despite continued losses. German armored units facing the 10th Armored experienced similar combat losses but received minimal replacements, resulting in steady decline in operational strength that couldn't be reversed. By mid-January, German armored units that had started the December offensive with full strength were operating at 30 to 40% strength with no prospect of replacement, while American units that had sustained similar losses were maintaining or increasing strength through continuous flow of replacement vehicles. By January's end, the strategic situation in the Ardennes had been completely reversed from December. German forces that had advanced 60 miles into Belgium were pushed back to or near their starting positions along German border. The salient that had threatened to split Allied armies had been eliminated through systematic American counterattacks. German casualties during the offensive and subsequent American counteroffensive totaled over 120,000. All losses that Germany couldn't replace and that permanently crippled German ability to conduct mobile defense in the West. American casualties totaled approximately 80,000, losses that were severe, but that America could replace within weeks from training pipeline that Germany couldn't match. The 10th Armored Division's contribution to this reversal was significant but proportional, one division among many that participated in operations restoring Allied position. What distinguished the 10th Armored was the transformation they had undergone during the campaign. They had entered combat as untested unit that many assumed would perform poorly under pressure. They'd emerged as competent combat division with proven capability and hard-won experience. The transformation came at substantial cost, but it was complete. The division that wasn't ready in December was ready for whatever came next, and what came next would be the final advance into Germany and the war's conclusion in May. January 13, 1945, morning. The division chaplain, Captain Michael O'Reilly, sat in his office reviewing casualty lists that had been compiled from unit morning reports submitted throughout the division. The lists contain names, ranks, units, and casualty classifications. Killed in action, died of wounds, wounded in action, missing in action, injured in non-combat circumstances. O'Reilly had performed memorial services throughout December and January for soldiers whose bodies had been recovered and whose units had time to conduct proper ceremonies. But many casualties hadn't received services because operational tempo didn't allow time for ceremonies or because bodies couldn't be recovered from contested terrain. O'Reilly was preparing comprehensive memorial service that would honor all 10th Armored Division casualties from the Ardennes campaign, including those who had received individual services and those who hadn't. The preparation required compiling complete list of names, coordinating with units to ensure accuracy, and drafting service that would appropriately honor sacrifice while acknowledging grief of soldiers who had lost friends and colleagues. O'Reilly had been Army chaplain for 3 years and had conducted dozens of memorial services, but the scale of casualties from the Ardennes campaign exceeded anything he'd experienced previously. Over 1,000 soldiers from the division had been killed or wounded in approximately 4 weeks of combat. The numbers were statistics that higher headquarters would analyze for lessons learned and after-action assessment. But to O'Reilly, they were individual human beings whose lives had been violently interrupted or ended, and whose deaths deserved recognition beyond statistical compilation. The 10th Armored Division's casualty summary for operations from December 18th, 1944 through January 31, 1945, documented the human cost of the division's baptism by fire, killed in action, 275 soldiers, died of wounds, 25 soldiers, wounded in action, 850 soldiers, missing in action, 160 soldiers, and many of whom would later be confirmed as captured or killed. Total personnel casualties, 1,310 soldiers, approximately 9% of the division's total strength. The casualty rate was high by standards of conventional operations, but moderate by standards of intensive combat operations during winter in difficult terrain. Units conducting sustained offensive operations in World War II typically experience casualty rates of 10 to 15% monthly when heavily engaged. The 10th Armored's 9% over 6 weeks reflected both the intensity of combat they had experienced and the effectiveness of American firepower and logistics at reducing friendly casualties while inflicting disproportionate casualties on enemy forces. And the statistics were cold comfort to soldiers who had lost friends or to families who would receive notification that their sons or husbands had been killed or wounded in Belgium during operations most Americans wouldn't fully understand until historians analyzed the campaign decades later. The officer and non-commissioned officer casualty rate was proportionally higher than the overall casualty rate, reflecting the reality that leaders expose themselves to greater risk through their responsibilities for directing operations under fire. Officer casualties totaled approximately 60, including 15 killed, representing roughly 12% of the division's officer strength. NCO casualties totaled approximately 180, including 40 killed, representing approximately 15% of the division's NCO strength. The disproportionate casualties among leaders created challenges for unit cohesion and effectiveness. because leadership continuity was disrupted just as divisions would benefit most from experienced leadership. Replacement officers and NCOs arrived from training centers and were integrated into units as quickly as possible, but they lacked the combat experience and relationships with soldiers that casualties had possessed. The integration of replacements into units that had just survived intensive combat created tensions as veterans resented newcomers who hadn't shared their experiences, while newcomers struggled to establish credibility with soldiers who judged them against standards set by casualties they were replacing. The officers managing this integration required skill and sensitivity to maintain unit cohesion while acknowledging that veterans and replacements experienced the same unit very differently. Tank losses during the campaign totaled 80 medium tanks destroyed or damaged beyond field repair capability, representing approximately 30% of the division's armor strength. Additional tanks sustained damage that could be repaired in field conditions, temporarily reducing operational strength, but not resulting in permanent loss. The destruction rate was high, but not unprecedented for armored operations during winter, in close terrain, where defensive weapons possessed advantages over attacking armor. German forces facing the division sustained proportionally higher armor losses, and losing approximately 120 tanks to 10th Armored Division actions, demonstrating that American forces achieved favorable exchange ratios even when conducting offensive operations that theoretically favored defenders. The favorable exchange ratio reflected American advantages in crew training, maintenance that kept American tanks operational more consistently than German maintenance could achieve, and artillery support that destroyed German armor before it could engage American tanks effectively. Replacing destroyed tanks was straightforward for American forces. New tanks arrived from depots within days, crews were trained and integrated quickly, operational strength was restored within a week of losses being sustained. German forces couldn't match this replacement rate, meaning tank losses for them were permanent degradations that steadily reduced combat effectiveness. January 15, 1945. Hospital scene and rear area where wounded soldiers from the 10th Armored Division were receiving treatment for injuries sustained during the campaign. The hospital, established in a Belgian town outside the combat zone, contains several hundred beds occupied by soldiers with injuries ranging from minor wounds, requiring days of treatment, to severe wounds, requiring months of recovery or permanent disability. Medical personnel worked methodically through wards conducting treatments, changing bandages, administering medications, and providing whatever comfort they could to soldiers whose pain was physical and psychological. One ward contained soldiers with amputations, limbs destroyed by artillery, and frostbite, or trauma that couldn't be saved. These soldiers faced futures radically different from what they had imagined when they enlisted, futures involving prosthetics, rehabilitation, and lifelong disabilities. Medical personnel tried to project optimism about recovery and adaptation, but the soldiers' expressions revealed understanding that their lives had been permanently altered by minutes or seconds of violence in frozen Belgian fields. Another ward contained soldiers with less visible injuries, combat fatigue, what later generations would recognize as post-traumatic stress disorder, soldiers whose bodies were intact, but whose psychological functioning had been disrupted by exposure to combat intensity that exceeded their capacity to process and adapt. These soldiers would recover some level of functioning, but many would carry psychological scars that would affect them for decades after the war ended. The experience of being wounded and evacuated varied among soldiers depending on injury severity, circumstances of being wounded, and individual psychology. Some soldiers expressed relief at being wounded severely enough to require evacuation, viewing their wounds as honorable exit from combat that they'd survived. Others expressed guilt at leaving their units, feeling they'd abandoned colleagues who would continue fighting without them. Still others expressed anger at randomness that had wounded them while sparing soldiers in adjacent positions, anger at enemy forces who had inflicted the wounds, anger at military system that had placed them in situations where being wounded was probable outcome. Medical personnel and chaplains working with wounded soldiers encountered the full range of reactions and worked to provide support appropriate to each individual's emotional state. The support wasn't always effective. Some soldiers remained angry or traumatized regardless of intervention, but it represented military's recognition that combat produced psychological casualties as well as physical casualties, and that both required treatment even if psychological treatment was less developed than medical treatment. January 20th, 1945. German prisoner interrogation revealed perspectives on American combat effectiveness that were both flattering and sobering. A German company commander from 5th Panzer Army, captured when his position was overrun during January offensive, Bay provided detailed assessment of American forces he'd fought against. The assessment acknowledged American advantages in firepower, logistics, and air support, but also noted that American tactical performance at small unit level was inconsistent. Some American units fought with skill and aggression that German forces couldn't match. Other American units showed hesitation and poor coordination that allowed German forces to inflict disproportionate casualties despite overall American advantages. The prisoner attributed the inconsistency to American replacement system that integrated inexperienced soldiers into veteran units without adequate training, creating units with uneven capability. The assessment concluded that American strength lay in operational and strategic capabilities rather than tactical superiority, and that American victory was inevitable given resource advantages, but would be more costly than necessary if tactical performance didn't improve. The interrogation report was distributed to American commanders as feedback on areas requiring improvement, but it also validated American approach to warfare that emphasized firepower and logistics over tactical excellence at point of contact. The 10th Armored Division's transformation from untested to experienced unit was reflected in multiple metrics beyond simple casualty counts. Officer efficiency reports for January showed improvement in tactical decision-making, unit coordination, and adaptation to unexpected situations compared to December reports. After-action reviews documented lessons learned that were being incorporated into unit training and standard operating procedures. Even soldier confidence, as assessed through informal observations by chaplains and medical personnel, had increased significantly from the uncertainty and anxiety that characterized the division before combat to more confident and matter-of-fact approach to military operations that came from surviving intensive combat. The transformation wasn't universal. Some soldiers remained anxious or showed signs of combat fatigue that suggested they'd been damaged by their experiences, but overall trend was toward increased competence and confidence that would serve the division well in operations ahead. The transformation came at cost measured in casualties and trauma that was permanent for those affected. But it achieved the objective that training alone couldn't accomplish, converting theoretical knowledge into practical combat capability that would allow the division to function effectively through war's conclusion. General Morris conducted personal assessment of his division's condition in late January and concluded that the 10th Armored had become competent combat unit, but required period of reduced operations to fully restore capability. The assessment acknowledged what his soldiers had accomplished, holding Bastogne against overwhelming odds, fighting effectively when scattered across impossible frontages, reunifying and conducting successful offensive operations, but also acknowledged the cost that accomplishment had exacted. Approximately 1/3 of soldiers who had deployed with the division in December were casualties, or had been evacuated for other reasons. Replacements had been integrated but weren't fully proficient yet. Equipment had been maintained adequately to support operations, but showed wear that would require extensive maintenance to fully address. Unit cohesion was functional, but had been stressed by losses and replacements. Morris's recommendation to higher headquarters was that the division receive 2 to 3 weeks of reduced operational tempo to allow maintenance, training, and cohesion building before being committed to next major offensive. The recommendation was noted, but not fully implemented because operational requirements in early 1945 demanded maximum use of available forces. The 10th Armored would receive brief respite but would be committed to final operations against Germany within weeks rather than months. The division that wasn't ready in December would finish the war they had learned to fight in the frozen fields around Bastogne. Present day, December 26th. Bastogne American Memorial stands on a hill overlooking the Belgian town where American forces held against German siege in the winter of 1944 and 1945. The memorial is a star-shaped structure inscribed with the names of American units that participated in the battle and containing exhibits documenting what occurred during those weeks when the outcome of World War II in Europe hung in balance. On this December morning, decades after the events commemorated, a ceremony is conducted honoring veterans and casualties from the Battle of the Bulge. Surviving veterans, most in their 90s, attend alongside family members, military personnel, and Belgian civilians whose grandparents lived through the battle. The ceremony includes speeches acknowledging sacrifice, recognition of individual acts of courage, and moment of silence for those who didn't survive. After official proceedings conclude, visitors tour the memorial and walk the grounds where defensive positions once existed, trying to understand what it meant to fight in these places when temperatures were below freezing, when German artillery was falling, when survival was uncertain. The memorial and ceremony serve purposes beyond historical commemoration. They remind current generations that the peace and prosperity they experience was purchased by soldiers who endured experiences most cannot imagine, and that maintaining that peace requires understanding and respecting what was sacrificed to achieve it. Archive footage from June 1945, weeks after Germany's surrender, shows the 10th Armored Division in final operations before war's end. The footage depicts soldiers who are visibly different from the uncertain troops who deployed in December. These are veteran soldiers moving with confidence and competence that comes only from extended combat experience. Tanks advance in coordinated formations with infantry support. Artillery fires with precision on targets identified by forward observers. Communications function smoothly. The division operates as integrated organism rather than collection of separate elements learning to work together. The transformation documented in the footage reflects what the division learned during Ardennes campaign and subsequent operations through war's conclusion. They learned that training was necessary but insufficient, that real competence came only from experience, that surviving intensive combat required combining individual courage with systemic advantages in firepower and logistics. They learned that inexperience could be overcome if units had good leadership, adequate resources, and willingness to adapt based on what combat taught them. The lessons were purchased with casualties and trauma, but they were learned to completely and permanently change the 10th Armored Division from untested unit into one of American Army's most capable armored formations. Veterans' testimony recorded decades after the war provides perspectives that weren't captured in official after-action reports or historical analyses. The testimonies reveal common themes across different veterans' experiences. Combat was more chaotic and confusing than anyone expected, with soldiers often uncertain about what was happening beyond their immediate position. Fear was constant but manageable when focused on specific tasks rather than contemplated abstractly. Unit cohesion was essential to functioning under stress, with soldiers drawing strength from relationships with colleagues more than from individual courage. Leadership quality varied dramatically, all with good leaders inspiring confidence and poor leaders creating anxiety that undermined unit effectiveness. The experience of being surrounded in Bastogne was psychologically devastating, even for soldiers who maintained external composure, with uncertainty about relief creating stress that accumulated daily. Relief when help arrived was overwhelming, producing emotional reactions that soldiers struggled to articulate decades later. The experience changed everyone permanently, creating division between those who survived combat and those who hadn't experienced it, a division that remained throughout veterans' lives, even as they reintegrated into civilian society. Comparative analysis maps showing German intended breakthrough versus actual routes taken demonstrate how significantly American defense at Bastogne and other locations affected German operational plan. German planning documents captured after the war show intended panzer routes flowing through Bastogne and continuing northwest toward Meuse River and Antwerp. Actual routes, reconstructed from unit movement records and battlefield evidence, show German columns diverted north and south around Bastogne, adding miles to their advances and consuming time they couldn't afford. The diversion fragmented German forces that should have been concentrated, created traffic problems on secondary roads that slowed logistics, and forced German units to operate on interior routes where they were vulnerable to American counterattacks. The maps demonstrate visually what strategic analysis confirms. Holding Bastogne was crucial to defeating German offensive, not because the town itself was operationally important, but because German logistics and timeline couldn't accommodate the delays imposed by American defense. If Bastogne had fallen on December 19 or 20, as German planning anticipated, panzer columns would have had clear routes west and might have reached Meuse River before American reinforcements arrived. The fact that American forces held until relief arrived on December 26 meant German timeline was destroyed and offensive momentum was lost permanently. Historian assessment synthesizing decades of research provides scholarly perspective on what 10th Armored Division's experience at Bastogne represents. The assessment acknowledges that Bastogne wasn't solely a 10th Armored battle. Multiple American units participated in defense, and relief required Third Army operations involving several divisions. But assessment concludes that 10th Armored's Combat Command B, arriving first and establishing initial defensive framework, was crucial to successful defense. Without that framework established on December 19th, scattered American units already in Bastogne might not have organized effective defense before German forces completed encirclement and began serious assault operations. Assessment notes that 10th Armored entered battle untested and fought effectively despite inexperience, demonstrating that American training system and doctrine could enable even green units to perform well when properly led and supported. Assessment concludes that Bastogne was significant not as singular decisive battle, but as one of multiple critical points where American resistance prevented German breakthrough, and that 10th Armored's contribution was proportional but essential to overall outcome. The strategic significance of Bastogne in broader World War II context becomes clear when examining what changed after the battle. Before the Ardennes offensive, Germany retained theoretical possibility of negotiated settlement that would allow Nazi regime to survive even if territorial losses were accepted. German leadership believed demonstrating continued military capability might convince Western allies to negotiate rather than pursue unconditional surrender. The Ardennes offensive was intended to create conditions for negotiation by splitting Allied armies and demonstrating that defeating Germany would be costly, even with overwhelming Allied advantages. The offensive's failure eliminated this possibility completely. After Ardennes, Allied leadership understood that Germany couldn't mount strategic operations that threatened Allied position, that German resources were exhausted, that unconditional surrender was achievable within months rather than years. The shift from uncertain timeline to confident prediction of victory within 6 months occurred largely because of what Ardennes demonstrated about German capabilities and limitations. Battles like Bastogne weren't decisive in traditional sense of single engagements that determined war outcomes. They were decisive in cumulative sense of demonstrating that American forces could absorb German attacks, hold critical positions, and transition to counteroffensive that would eliminate German resistance systematically. The 10th Armored Division didn't win World War II at Bastogne, but they contributed to creating conditions that made victory inevitable rather than merely probable. Counterfactual analysis examining what would have occurred if Bastogne had fallen requires making assumptions about variables that are fundamentally uncertain. Historians have produced range of estimates depending on assumptions about German exploitationist speed, American response capability, and weather conditions that affected air operations. Yet most analyses conclude that Bastogne's fall would have extended war by several weeks to several months, by allowing German forces to advance further before being contained. But wouldn't have changed ultimate outcome because American resource advantages were too overwhelming for Germany to overcome, regardless of tactical successes. The most pessimistic scenarios suggest German breakthrough to Meuse River might have split Allied armies temporarily and required major operations to restore position, delaying Allied advance into Germany until spring or summer rather than winter. The most optimistic scenarios suggest American forces would have contained German advance within days, even without Bastogne holding, making the town's defense tactically significant but not strategically critical. The truth likely lies between extremes, with Bastogne's defense preventing outcomes that would have been costly even if ultimately unsuccessful for Germany, and the 10th Armored Division's role in that defense deserving recognition as significant contribution to Allied victory, even if not solely responsible for that victory. The 10th Armored Division's contribution to post-war military doctrine and training came from lessons extracted from their Ardennes experience. Military analysts studying the campaign identified several lessons that influenced subsequent American military practices. First, divisions deploying into combat required more extensive coordination with higher headquarters to ensure intelligence, logistics, and communication systems functioned effectively from deployment start. The 10th Armored's experience being split and deployed without adequate intelligence demonstrated costs of inadequate preparation. Second, combined arms coordination at division level required more training emphasis because tactical situations increasingly require tanks, infantry, artillery, and air support to operate in integrated fashion rather than sequentially. The 10th Armored's successful defense at Bastogne demonstrated that combined arms tactics worked when properly executed, even with inexperienced units. Third, logistics planning needed to assume worst-case scenarios for consumption rates and supply disruption because actual consumption during intensive operations consistently exceeded planned rates. The 10th Armored's near exhaustion of supplies during Bastogne siege demonstrated that units needed larger stockpiles and more robust resupply systems than peacetime planning suggested. These lessons, extracted from 10th Armored's experience and experiences of other units in similar situations, influenced American military doctrine development throughout the Cold War and continue influencing current military training and planning. On preparedness, the 10th Armored proved that realistic training and good leadership mattered more than theoretical perfection. The division entered combat with incomplete training, equipment shortages, and replacement soldiers who hadn't integrated with their units. Despite these limitations, they fought effectively because they had competent officers, adequate doctrine, and support systems that enabled them to learn quickly from experience. The lesson contradicted theories suggesting that units needed to be perfect before deploying to combat and supported approach, emphasizing rapid deployment with expectation that units would improve through actual operations. On innovation under crisis, the 10th Armored demonstrated American military's greatest strength: ability to improvise solutions to unexpected problems using available resources and initiative at all leadership levels. The division's response to being split, surrounded, and nearly overwhelmed wasn't scripted in training manuals. It was improvised by officers and soldiers making decisions based on immediate circumstances and available resources. The improvisation succeeded because American military culture encouraged initiative and tolerated failures that occurred during honest attempts to solve problems. On German failure, the campaign demonstrated that German logistics and replacement capacity couldn't sustain strategic objectives regardless of tactical competence. German forces fought well at tactical level throughout Ardennes, but tactical success couldn't compensate for operational and strategic disadvantages that made German defeat inevitable once initial surprise was overcome. On experience, the Battle of Bastogne transformed the 10th Armored from untested to competent through process that was traumatic but permanent. Units that survive intensive combat as intact organizations emerge with capabilities that cannot be replicated through training, because combat teaches lessons that aren't learnable theoretically. The transformation came at cost measured in casualties and trauma affecting survivors for the remainder of their lives, but it was complete and irreversible. The division that entered Bastogne, uncertain whether they could fight, emerged having proven they could endure whatever came next. That proof, purchased with blood in frozen Belgian fields, was the 10th Armored Division's permanent legacy. They demonstrated that American soldiers, properly led and supported, could hold against any enemy regardless of odds. They demonstrated that inexperience wasn't permanent disability, but temporary condition that combat experience would remedy. They demonstrated that American advantages in firepower, logistics, and industrial capacity could overcome tactical disadvantages if units maintained cohesion and continued fighting until those advantages could be brought to bear. The lesson wasn't that Americans were better soldiers than Germans. The lesson was that American system for producing, sustaining, and employing military force was superior to German system in ways that mattered strategically, even when Germans possessed tactical advantages locally. The 10th Armored Division's experience at Bastogne validated that system and demonstrated its effectiveness under conditions that tested American military capabilities to their limits. The division that wasn't ready became ready through fire. Their story remained as testimony to what American soldiers could accomplish when properly employed and adequately supported, and as reminder of what victory cost for those who purchased it with their service and sacrifice.